Good morning. This is the clerk with a courtesy announcement that this meeting is now being streamed live on the internet.
Good morning, Vice President Ellenberg.
Good morning, Rhonda. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
Best day ever.
Awesome. Good morning, Miguel.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Wonderful. I can't say happy last meeting, but congratulations on your new position and you will be missed.
Thank you, Rhonda. Much appreciated.
Good morning, Margaret.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Sorry, you were adjusting your camera and I think I accidentally turned you off. My apologies.
You did great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Supervisor Chavez.
Good morning, Rhonda. Thank you.
Have a great meeting. Good morning, James.
Good morning. Good morning. Did you hear me, Rhonda?
I can. My apologies. I responded with a muted mic, so you couldn't hear me. So thank you. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Good morning, Greta. Good morning, Greta.
Good morning, Rhonda. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you. Have a great meeting. Good morning, President Wasserman.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Welcome back from break.
Did you say welcome back from France?
No, break. I wish it was France for
No
you.
kidding. Okay, what have I just done to my screen? I'm on launch meeting now. You can hear me?
I sure can. I'm not exactly sure what you've done, but you appear to be here in the room fine.
Okay, I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Okay.
All right, leave and join. You'll have to leave this meeting to join the new meeting.
All right, you are back. You need to unmute yourself.
I've got me unmuted. Everything should be good.
All right. You sound great.
Thank you.
Your clerk today is going to be the very capable Dave Leon.
Dave Leon. He's my
Whoa.
favorite. He's my favorite Dave Leon.
Well, I'm glad to know that. Thank you, sir.
Graphic artist, videographer, singer, actor, poet.
Poet's a new one. I'll take it.
And that's just what I've seen on one of his 3 walls of his cubicle. Exactly. And David, Supervisor Sumitian said he'll be 1 or 2 minutes late. As soon as he's here, please let me know and we'll call the meeting to order.
Will do.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
I see Supervisor Lee. Welcome. And there's Supervisor Chavez. I kind of go with your umbrella. And the picture over Vice President Ellenberg's left shoulder. There we go.
It looks like Supervisor Sumitian is now logging in.
Wonderful.
Good morning, Supervisor Sumitian.
Good morning. Sorry to delay you.
No worries. All right, we've got all 5. Roll call, please, David.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee.
Good morning, Lee present.
Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Sumitian.
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg.
I'm here.
And President Wasserman.
Here as well.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we'll go to Pledge of Allegiance. All those that can stand, please do so. Vice President Ellenberg is leading us in our pledge today.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. It is now my honor to present the invocation, the invocator, Pastor Greg Trapp of Evergreen Valley Church. Pastor Greg is a native Santa Clara County resident. He was born at El Camino Hospital and attended elementary school in Sunnyvale and junior high and high school in Saratoga. Greg attended West Valley College and has a master's degree in administration of justice from San Jose State University. Go Spartans! Greg was employed by the San Jose Police Department from 1976 until his retirement 30 years later, 2006. He has served as a pastor elder at Evergreen Valley Church for the past 18 years. He is involved in the healing ministry that oversees those who are sick, injured, or hospitalized. He is married to Irene Trapp, who is a singer and musician and has 2 adult children, son Benjamin Trapp, a Campbell resident, and daughter Rachel Hoopus. Just give me a nod, Greg. Did I say that correct?
Close.
Halpus.
Popus.
Thank you. Who is now a Huntington Beach resident. Greg enjoys spending time with family and friends, camping, hiking, motorcycle riding, and studying God's Word. And with that, I'm turning things over to Pastor Greg Trapp. Welcome.
Thank you, President. What a pleasure and honor it is to be able to do this. As a lifetime resident of Santa Clara Valley, you can imagine the thrill of being able to give the invocation for this meeting. So thank you so much. As you stated in my previous occupation, I was a public servant as well. not elected, but still given authority. And I realized, and every day I looked for where that authority came from. I knew it came from the county, the state, the city, the United States Constitution. But ultimately, the Bible says in Romans 13 that all authority is in place because God has placed it there. And it also says that everyone under authority has been placed in government. So each of you are where you are today because God placed you there. I know you ran, I know you were elected, I know you sought votes, but you got the number one vote. The vote that placed you where you are is God. So I want to thank you for serving him, first of all, and realizing as we humbly serve that our service and our authority comes at the will of God. So thank you for doing what you do. And I want to challenge any citizens that are listening that we have been called to pray for those in authority. As a matter of fact, in 1 Timothy chapter 2, Paul says, the first thing I want you to do is pray. Pray every way you know how, for everyone you know. Pray especially for rulers and governments to rule well, so we can be quietly about our business of living simply in humble contemplation. This is the way our Savior God wants us to live. So any citizens that are at this meeting, you've been called to pray, support, encourage those that are in authority over us. They serve at God's will, but they also serve because we are willing to come under the authority of those that have been placed there. So again, I want to thank you. I want to bless you today and encourage whatever is happening at this meeting to do it wholeheartedly, knowing that you are blessing God and blessing the citizens of Santa Clara Valley. So let me pray. Dear God, thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us, Lord, a day that we have never before seen, a day that will lead to decisions that have never before been made. Lord, may those decisions glorify you. May they bless the people. Lord, may they honor the goodness and truthfulness and integrity that we stand for. Dear Lord, I pray for our nation. I pray for our state. I pray for our county. Lord God, those that have you placed in authority, give them wisdom and knowledge and discernment, Lord. Bless their decisions, guide them, and let them know that even if their decisions are unpopular, if they are the right decision, they are doing it under your authority, Lord. Thank you for your love. Thank you for allowing this meeting to take place today. And I pray a blessing on all those that hear, all those that are present, and Lord, all those that will be blessed by today. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Greg Trapp of Evergreen Valley Church.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye. All right, we now move on to item 4 on our agenda, which has 4A, B, C, D, and E. And 4A is, and these are adjournments in memoriam of individuals who have passed that we're remembering at this time. 4A is Kathleen Monahan, who we all knew as Kitty, and it is truly my honor. And David, if you can restore our screens back. Oh no, you're going to have, yeah, whatever you're managing there on the screen that you can do, David, would be great. So I am now going to read the adjournment in memoriam of Kitty. Kitty's how I knew her. Kitty's how thousands of people knew her. Kitty Monahan is a beloved Santa Clara County preservationist, educator, and historian who spearheaded efforts to protect the area's parks for decades. She passed away on July 25th. She was 89 years old. Kitty died around midnight at her new Almaden property, where she had lived since 1972, leaving behind a long list of accomplishments, most notably helping lead the county's purchase and preservation of the 4,000-acre Almaden Quicksilver County Park, where mercury mining in the 19th century jump-started California's gold rush economy. Kitty was not married and didn't have any children, but those who knew her well said that the surrounding community stood as her family. In the days before she passed, she had dozens of visitors coming to her new Almaden home, saying goodbye. Born on December 4th, 1932, Monahan grew up in San Jose and attended Notre Dame High School. She then served as a nun for the next 2 decades and spent time teaching in various locations around the state, including in the South Los Angeles neighborhood of Watts. Kitty later broke with the church, and at the start of the 70s, she became a math teacher at William Overfeld High School. It was around this time that Kitty also started to embark on her preservation efforts. Along with other community members, Kitty worked to get Santa Clara County to purchase the 4,000-acre Almaden Quicksilver County Park for about $4 million. The area had once been the largest mercury mine on the North American continent, with the almond being utilized to separate gold from ore. Mining operations started in the mid-1840s and lasted for more than a century, making $70 million in profits and turbocharging the region's economy. By the mid-1970s, she was known as the unofficial mayor of Almaden, and that's certainly how I knew Kitty. Because of her advocacy for the region, said Michael Cox, who spent decades working with Kitty. In 1983, Kitty, along with Cox, helped found the new Almaden Quicksilver County Park Association, or the NAQCPA, which to this day serves as an educational resource for this historical site and has around 400 members, and very passionate ones. The group quickly began to bolster the park's amenities and helped direct the county's purchase of a private collection of the park's historical artifacts and an 1850s revival style mansion known as Casa Grande, both which eventually formed the Almaden Quicksilver Mining Museum. In the intervening years, Kitty would continue in her preservation efforts, founding various groups like the Friends of Santa Teresa Park. She also served as a member of the Santa Clara County Open Space Authority and the Horsemen Association. She spent 14,000 hours volunteering for the county's parks, and those are documented. 14,000 hours. That's like working 40 hours a week for 7 years. She was recognized in 2014 through a Presidential Volunteer Service Award. More recently, Kitty was given a Lifetime Achievement Award by the Santa Clara County Preservation Alliance in May. In addition to her preservation work, Kitty was an avid follower of the San Francisco 49ers and Giants. Go, girl. In her free time, she liked to solve Sudoku and crossword puzzles and ride the 2 horses she kept on her 2-acre property. On behalf of the County of Santa Clara, I extend to Kitty's family and friends our sincere condolences. And we have Richard Monahan, Kitty's brother, here to say a few words. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you. And thanks for that great statement you made. Kathleen Louise Monahan, my sister, liked to make up names for everything. She even made up a name for her address. On her mailbox at the bottom of her driveway, one of those rural boxes, you know, that you have to flip up the little flag for outgoing, she painted over it, Kitty's Corral. And up the driveway at that address, she corralled her horse, named Sunny Six Feathers, some chickens, rabbits, cats, a couple of aggressive geese she named Thelma and Louise, and whatever other critters her dog Wimpy would allow to come in. But flag up for the outgoing message was Kitty corralling the attention of others around her. She advocated for open space, put in hours with the Parks Department, and made it a mission to preserve and improve the Quicksilver Park, about which she incessantly commented. I'm sure she tried to corral the attention of the Board of Supervisors many times. She even had a Santa Clara County parking sticker on her car for her parking convenience. Kitty loved her little portion of Santa Clara County, New Almaden, but especially a building 500 feet across from her mailbox. It was the Casa Grande. Once fallen into disrepair, Kitty saw it as a gem of history that needed polishing. So flag up, she went about corralling the attention of her neighbors, her connections at the Parks Department, supervisors, so much so that people began to call her the mayor, and that was a name she would not have made up. To her, life was good once Casa Grande was fully polished. As a volunteer docent, she could teach again about the history of the artifacts of the Quicksilver mine and enjoy the museum there. The metal flag on her mailbox at Kitty's Corral is down now. Maybe the Parks Department could add it to the museum artifacts. I'm sure Kitty would volunteer it. Just lift the flag. Kathleen Louise Monahan still has a message out. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and our condolences. Kitty was a wonderful human being. Take care. All right, with that, we move on to 4B.
Supervisor?
Yes, Supervisor Smithson. Sorry, I didn't see the hand.
No worries, and forgive the interruption, but I did just want to offer 2 additional observations, and I see Supervisor Chavez's hand is up as well, and I suspect it's because this is a person who went through life in a very special way. I knew of Kitty more than actually knowing her, but I had 2 observations. The first is that over all the years of her activism, I never heard an unkind word spoken about Kitty Monahan. And it is rare that those who roll up their sleeves and wade into the public arena can do the kind of determined work over so many years without an untoward word. But she had, I think, by my observation at least, a rare combination of both determination and grace, which should be noted as we memorialize her passing. And the other observation I would make is that all too rare is the person who actually lives in a life that is consonant with the values that they articulate. And her daily being and her way of walking through the world really was quite consistent with the values that she not just spoke of, but lived on a daily basis. So I wanted to add my personal thanks for her good works during her time here with us, and share sympathies with friends and family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I think Supervisor Simidian just said it so well. That's what I was going to say about Kitty, is that she lived her values in every way. And just one observation I wanted to make about Kitty that I'm sure her brother experienced as well. She was rare in that there was very little she wasn't passionate about. And what that meant to me was that all of her values were expressed all of the time in many, many, many different ways. It was really an honor and a treat to know her and to get to be educated by her in terms of how we could see the world and make it better. And she will be so missed. Her energy, her kindness, just so missed in the world. And what a life well lived. So thank you for letting me chime in.
Thank you. New Almaden, my district, time with Kitty. She was fabulous, had a unique, inspiring smile and gave great hugs. And I will truly miss Kitty. She's quite the dynamo, a little package, just an amazing force. Thank you all for your thoughts. Thank you very much. And again, thank you, Richard. We'll now move on to 4B. And 4B is for me to present. And it's regarding Italo Mario Franco Oliverio, who passed away just short of his 93rd birthday. He was born in Calabria, Italy, and laid to rest on July 22nd, 2022. After attending a Jesuit seminary in Italy, Italo migrated to the United States and graduated from Wayne State University. As a member of the Newman Club in college, Italo participated in a pen pal program and began writing letters for 3 years to Matilde Cristiano of Napoli, Italy, who would eventually become his wife and his one true love. After their wedding in Italy, they migrated to San Jose in 1964, where Italo established himself as a teacher for the next 40 years. He started teaching Latin and Spanish at Bellarmine College Prep, go Bells, and then spent the balance of his career teaching adult immigrants English at St. John Vianney and Sacred Heart Church. Listen to this. Italo taught over 1,000 immigrants from Africa, Asia, Europe, and Latin America to speak, read, and write English. As an immigrant who then went on to teach other immigrants, he was beloved by his students. The students appreciated Italo's empathy and the personal connection he had with each of them, as well as his sense of humor in the classroom. Italo and Matilde were married just short of 60 years and are survived by 2 sons, Sergio and Pierluigi. Italo will be remembered as a devoted husband, dedicated father, and an all-around kind-hearted soul to those who were fortunate enough to know him. On behalf of the County of Santa Clara, I extend to Italo's family and friends our sincere condolences. And I just want to give a special condolence to Pierluigi, my friend, for the loss of his father. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to move on to item 4.
Supervisor Wasserman, may I just?
Yes, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to add 2 thoughts and really appreciate Supervisor Wasserman, you honoring Pierluigi Oliverio's father and family. And I wanted to just say to his mother and both sons how very sorry we are for your loss. What I was really struck by is just this emphasis on using his spare time outside of teaching language, then to volunteer to do it as well. And one of the things that I was most struck by was this idea that a new immigrant to this country, recognizing how important the language was to helping people feel like they belonged and at home, and creating a safe space for people to learn English and also American customs. And having an opportunity to speak to Pierluigi, one of the things I was struck by was just the pride in his voice over seeing his father model really what it means to be an American. And I'm so sorry for your loss to his whole family and to Pierluigi Oliverio in particular. Thank you for letting me chime in.
Absolutely. Thank you. And with that, we're going to move on to 4C, which is an adjournment in honor and memory of Jenny Doe, presented by Supervisors Chavez and Lee.
Thank you again, colleagues. I know many of you know or knew Jenny personally, as we do with so many people that we're honoring today. And it is really with a great heavy heart that I adjourn today's meeting in memory of Jenny Doe. I want to acknowledge and welcome Jenny's friends and family who are joining us today. Dr. Lawrence Dong, her husband, Mr. Dan Doe, her former husband, and really her comrade in arms, her son, Alan Doe, and the executive director of Friends of Hue Foundation, Anna Nguyen, and Mr. Lin Vu, a board member of the Friends of Hue. I want to thank you very much for joining us to honor her today. Jenny Doe is well known in the community and for her philanthropic work and cultural contributions to make San Jose a better place to live. She was very much kind of all things. She was an attorney, an artist, a philanthropist, and an activist. She was rather amazing. She was born in 1966 to a Vietnamese mother and an American father who she never knew. She came to the U.S. in 1984, being one of the first Amerasians to arrive under the Homecoming Act. Jenny was featured on the Oprah Winfrey Show and various media outlets to bring to light the Amerasian situation in Southeast Asia. She testified at a congressional hearing in support of the passage of the Amerasians Homecoming Act in 1988 to allow Amerasians from Vietnam to migrate to the United States with their families. She subsequently went back to Vietnam to help other Amerasian families in the 1990s and helped many who came here settle and adjust to their new lives in the Bay Area. Jenny was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2007 and continued to fight the disease until her very last day, which was August 4th of this year. Jenny was, like I said, an amazing woman. In 2005, Jenny led the Friends of Way Foundation, a Bay Area nonprofit organization that promotes cultural diversity and youth leadership while providing various community services to San Jose residents, particularly among the Vietnamese American community. The Friends of Way also operates a children's shelter in central Vietnam and has been a major responder to natural disasters in the storm-plagued region. Recently, Jenny founded Well with Cancer, a nonprofit organization that has established a support network for Vietnamese American patients to get the services they need in a culturally competent way. On the cultural side, Jenny founded the Ao Zai festival that has become a local event and tradition in Northern California, which is attended by thousands of people and has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Friends of Way Foundation. On the art scene, she sat on the city's San Jose Arts Commission. She also founded the Green Rice Gallery, which provided a venue for Vietnamese American artists to promote and share their arts with the mainstream population. She was a curator for many well-received exhibitions. In the aftermath of the 2017 Coyote Creek flood, Jenny organized a relief effort to help the flood victims identify resources and navigate public assistance. Jenny spent her life as an advocate against child sex trafficking, to combat homelessness, and to support child welfare. And she was actually a very early advocate in our community to get lots of folks aware of human trafficking as an issue, both in our region and around the globe. She raised funds for international agencies and was a guest speaker on human trafficking and other issues. Congresswoman Lofgren honored her with congressional recognition for her efforts. And I'm going to let my colleague Otto Lee talk a little bit about her role in the pandemic. For her philanthropic work in the community and her leadership and advocacy efforts, she was recognized as 2007 Woman of the Year by the California State Assembly. And she also received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the City of San Jose and the Bell Foundation grant in 2005 to further explore her artistic vision. She was recognized as a trailblazer by the Senate in 2015. Our board, as you may recall, recognized her achievements and honored her with a proclamation to celebrate her talents and dedication and contribution to Santa Clara County. And Jenny was a breast cancer survivor and actively led cancer awareness programs for the last 6 years to help hundreds learn how to use our healthcare system. Her philanthropic work has really left us all better and our community healthier. She was a visionary and an activist and an artist who filled every room she came in with incredible energy and really had a way of lifting a room up. She was productive in many, many ways, but just a couple things I would like to just add. She was really a boundary crossing leader. She changed lives. She challenged outdated notions of race and gender, and really saw that art was a way to bring people together and comfort them. She is survived again by her husband, Dr. Lawrence Dong, her mother, Miss Nyat Dang, her brother, Tuan Dang, her son, Alan Doe, and her former husband and comrades in arms, Dan Doe. She will be missed, but not forgotten. I will now turn to Supervisor Lee, who wants to share a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Cindy Chavez, for your move here. And I'm just going to say I'm really, truly honored to have known Jenny for many years. And she's lived a very full life as an immigrant, an attorney, volunteering for so many things, and is always passionate for so many important causes that improved many, many lives here and in the Vietnamese American community. I just want to highlight this very small part of her life's work throughout the pandemic, as well as the co-executive director of Friends of Way Foundation. The mission of the Friends of Way Foundation is to elevate human potential by providing educational and social outreach programs to underserved and marginalized ethnic communities in order to empower people to improve their lives, societies, and cultures. In the early days of COVID, Jenny and the Friends of Hui jumped into action immediately. Learning about the personal protective equipment PPE shortage for healthcare workers, she immediately started gathering donations and raising tens of thousands of dollars to support our healthcare workers directly. Through her continued efforts, the Friends of Hui Foundation secured over 40,000 PPEs and hand sanitizers. She has also expanded the work to do food deliveries to Vietnamese seniors to ensure that the food they were familiar with. She brought together volunteers who assembled food packages and then would drive to different neighborhoods herself to drop off food to seniors in need. When she learned about the additional challenges of our unhoused residents facing during the pandemic, she raised more donations to secure these hand sanitizers and PPEs that would be distributed to all those unhoused residents. Jenny and Friends of Hui also worked with our agencies and local restaurants to provide thousands of survival kits and over 30,000 home-cooked meals. Jenny also built a partnership with Destination Home that led to the Friends of Hui Foundation distributing over $1.4 million to help renters and landlords for rent relief. Lastly, Jenny was also a true believer in the idea of justice and advocating against what was wrong. She fought against Asian hate and stood with the Black Lives Matter advocates. Despite her own health risks as a cancer survivor, she showed up to all these community rallies and marches in an N95 mask and also an I'll die to show her solidarity. It is fitting that today we will also be considering an event sponsorship for the Friends of Hui Foundation for an upcoming photography exhibit that will highlight San Jose's cultural diversity and inclusivity. It's also a fitting tribute for Jenny, who loved her community dearly. My staff also informed me that the way to share condolences in Vietnamese is to offer to share in the pain. To Jenny's family, Otto Chao Bong. Thank you for your presence today and allowing us to honor her.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. And Mr. Doe, I see you. Did you wish to speak about your sister?
I will let Anna speak first. She is the Executive Director of the Friends of Hui Foundation.
Thank you, SEC and council members, for inviting us to today's adjournment meeting. We feel very touched to be here and for you to recognize and honor Miss Jenny Doe. I've had the fortune of knowing Jenny Doe for over a decade and have worked hand in hand with this spunky woman for many years as part of Friends of Hui Foundation. She was an extremely passionate person who noticed things and took action. Living in the midst of downtown San Jose, Jenny loved to connect with people, small business owners, civic organizations, other nonprofits, doctors, lawyers, and the homeless. Being a prolific writer and speaker, she was able to motivate others to be part of the community. No task was too big or too small for Jenny. She and friends would collect coats and pass them out to the homeless. They made sandwiches for them. We organized huge cultural events. I don't know that we can do that now that she's gone. She encouraged others to be leaders themselves and to carry on the torch. Jenny was full of energy and light. She was like our Vietnamese woman warrior. Our board meetings are no longer going to be the same without her. Again, thank you, council members, for coming together to recognize Miss Jenny Doe today.
Thank you.
Yes, on behalf of family and friends and the Friends of Hui Foundation, I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing and honoring Jenny today. And she, I'm her comrade at arms, like Supervisor Chavez said. I've been with her fighting with her for more than 20 years. And I know that she is loved by all of us, and she will be greatly missed by all of us. And thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Lee, your hand is still raised. Did you have something additional to add?
No, I think everything is really well said, and thank you so much for this tribute.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, as well. All right, with that, we're going to move on to item 4D, adjourn in honor and memory of Jerry Sappos, and that will be presented by Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you very much, President Wasserman. Jerome Jerry Sappos was a San Jose icon who left a significant mark on local journalism during the time he was part of our community. Jerry was born in Washington, D.C. on October 14th, 1946. His parents were working professionals, his mother a real estate agent, and his father the owner of a Jewish deli. Jerry grew up in Maryland, where he kindled what would become a lifelong passion for journalism. He created his elementary school's newspaper and studied journalism at Northwood High School. Jerry's journey took him to the University of Maryland, where he earned his bachelor's degree in journalism in 1969. At University of Maryland, he became the editor of the Diamondback, the daily student newspaper. And there he helped to take the paper past its traditional stock coverage of homecoming games and fraternity rituals into that fevered era marked by riots on college campuses, the war in Vietnam, political assassinations, racial antagonisms, drugs, and vast cultural upheaval. Jerry was most well known locally for his nearly 2-decade influential role as the managing editor for the San Jose Mercury News, working at the time of the early tech boom and exponential growth of what became Silicon Valley. Under Jerry's leadership, his team won the paper's still to date only 2 Pulitzer Prizes, one for a story exposing the hidden wealth of former Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos, and the second for coverage of the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake. Jerry worked to expand diversity efforts in the newsroom and helped to create Nuevo Mundo and Viet Mercury, expanding the paper's outreach to Spanish and Vietnamese speakers. The Miami Herald also claimed Jerry Sappos as a local son. He was an editor and executive at that newspaper, where he also led Pulitzer-winning news teams. Jerry's expertise extended from the nuts and bolts of daily papers to the halls of academia. At the time of his death, he was serving as a media ethics professor at Louisiana State University's Manship School of Mass Communication, where he had been the dean from 2011 through 2018. There, he created a news service for student journalists, which helped expand the LSU Cold Case Project, in which students helped to solve Ku Klux Klan murders from the 1960s. Earlier, Jerry had served as a fellow in media ethics at Santa Clara University and as dean of the Donald W. Reynolds School of Journalism and Advanced Media Studies at the University of Nevada, Reno from 2008 to 2011. What exemplifies Jerry's character and commitment to ethics, however, was not his very, very many successes or even his brilliant teaching. It was how he stood and took ownership in the few times stories over which he had responsibility were later discredited. The truth was literally everything to Jerry. The Society of Professional Journalists awarded him the Superior Ethical Conduct recognition in 1997 after he helped correct the record on the Dark Alliance series, during which which tied the CIA to drug trafficking during Los Angeles's crack epidemic. These were Jerry's words. "I believe that we fell short at every step of our process in the writing, editing, and production of our work. Several people here share that burden, but ultimately the responsibility was and is mine." That commitment to truth, that humility, and that sense of responsibility set Jerry at the very pinnacle of his field. My family's relationship began with Jerry when my mother-in-law and aunt reached out to him in his capacity as Merc editor to complain about an editorial that had appeared in the paper. Jerry kindly explained to them the most effective way in which to approach a newspaper publisher about a grievance, and a fast friendship followed and blossomed over the next 2 decades. I had the good fortune to succeed Jerry's wife, Karen, as the board president of Yavne Day School and learned an immense amount about leadership from her. Jerry is survived by his beloved wife of 40 years, Karen, to whom he was introduced by a colleague at the Miami Herald, and his 2 children, Matthew Sappos of Reno, Nevada, and Robin Sappos of Washington, D.C. May his memory be for a blessing. And I see that Karen is here, and I invite you to say a few words if you like.
First of all, I want to thank
Kisses to you, by the way.
you. I want to thank you all for this honor for Jerry. I know he would be very touched and very proud. I want to say that as I listened to all of the previous adjournment honors that you reported today, I saw something in all of those lives that make all of these people special. These were purpose-driven lives. These were people who had passion and humor and love of art, that cared about the human race, that cared about the diverse elements of the human race, that were generous of heart and spirit and as financially as much as possible, that walked with humility and integrity, that cared about the state of this world. And each in their own way, including my husband, has left a legacy that I think will remain for many forever. I cannot tell you how many cards and letters and notes and posts I have received from people that Jerry touched in the 20 years that he worked at the Merck. Reporters who started out as cub reporters and are still able to write two pages full of notes of memories of him, and not a memory that wasn't the same. His honesty, his openness, his caring, his willing to share his knowledge, and that generosity of spirit led into the second career of his academic life, where he learned that he loved teaching. He never knew that he was going to love teaching, but working with students in this last part of his life, I think, was one of the most rewarding things that he has done. And the notes from those students and the careers that those students are embarking upon are truly a legacy for him going into the future. So I want to thank you all for this honor for him. I want to share my sympathy with everyone who has been on this video, who has lost someone that they love dearly. And I want to let you know that Santa Clara County will always be very close in our hearts.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, Jerry. And thank you, Vice President Ellenberg, for bringing this unique individual and his career to our attention. Thank you. With that, we're going to move on to 4E. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you. Let me just readjust. It is now my privilege to offer an adjournment in memory of Glenda Cresta. Glenda was a member of our community who left us too soon. In her 72 years, she impacted many lives and made our community richer for her contributions. Glenda was born in Iowa on April 30th, 1950. The child of a military family, she moved considerably in her early years. She became passionate about working with older adults during her teen years while spending time with her grandmothers. This early passion led her to study social work and gerontology at Ventura Community College and San Jose State University, all while raising her daughter. Glenda was recruited for the executive director position at a new nonprofit at the time called Heart of the Valley. Heart of the Valley Services for Seniors is a volunteer-run organization that provides a variety of services for older adults in the West Santa Clara Valley to help them remain as independent as possible. Volunteers provide services to older adults ranging from yard work and rides to appointments to friendly phone calls and companionship. Glenda was truly blessed. Her work was her passion, and that shone through in every person and project she touched. She pursued that passion at Heart of the Valley for more than 30 years, increasing both their list of volunteers and service recipients. The passion and care Glenda took into her life extended well beyond Valley services to her family and friends. She always took time to make holidays special for everyone, decorated her office for every occasion, and never forgot anyone's birthday. Giving was her joy and passion, and she lived a rich spiritual life in service of others. Glenda is survived by her husband, Mike Cresta, her daughter, Heather, sisters Patty, Carla, and Leslie, stepfather, Frank, and 12 nieces and nephews. To all of you and to the many friends, clients, admirers with whom she surrounded herself, I'm so sorry for your loss. May Glenda's memory and example be a blessing for all of us. Glenda's husband, Mike, is here with us today, and I invite you to say a few words, Mike.
Welcome, Michael.
Thank you so much. I'm here with our daughter, Heather, and just want to thank you for the honor of Glenda's service. She has given thousands and thousands and thousands of hours supporting seniors to remain independent in their lives in their home throughout the years. She's done this through thousands of volunteers. You know, her budget for her agency was very minimal and with very little outside support. It was all grassroots. But I want to thank a number of people who were instrumental in supporting her and through the years, like Austin Warburton, Alda Pearl, Del Boccioni, Ted Chamberlain, Gloria Quigley, Dave Sargent, agencies like Liberty Tower and the Santa Clara Methodist Retirement Foundation, the cities of the West Valley, particularly the city of Santa Clara and their support. It made it possible for this agency to keep seniors independent in their homes, providing all types of services, escorted transportation, light house projects, yard work, handyman services, you know, helping with paperwork and reading to those visually impaired, computer support, visitation during COVID, doing in a pinch services. You know, so they started programs like helping seniors get rid of their hazardous household waste programs. The 5D, don't dump drugs down drains. You know, it was all types of services to help seniors feel comfortable and make them feel useful in their end years. And so she did this without any hesitation. She had such a sparkling, infectious, and joyful personality, and she knew how to turn the most irate, upset clients over with her personality. And so she was a member of the senior commission there on the county services there, and did this for 31 years without any expectation other than serving the seniors. And we are so honored to have the support of prior supervisors like Jim Bell and Dave Cortesi, and thank you, Susan, as well, in honoring Glenda for her years and years of service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President. That concludes item 4E. We now move on to item 5, which is accommodations and proclamations. I have the first one, it's 5A, presenting a commendation for Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, named among the nation's best hospitals for rehabilitation. So this award is for the medical center, but we all know the medical center would be nothing without its people. So this is really a way of acknowledging all those that support, work, and in any other way support our Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, where we have our CEO, Paul Lorenz. Paul Lorenz, as I said, is the CEO. We're welcoming him and team members of the Rehabilitation Center. I've been there about 3 times, and it is phenomenal. Not only is the equipment phenomenal, but the people are phenomenal. I can't say enough about it. Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, SVMC, was named among the nation's best hospitals for rehabilitation by the U.S. News and World Report for 2022-2023, based on its national reputation as well as patient care results, experience, key programs, and professional recognition. Whereas the highly regarded Rehabilitation Center's integrated clinical services at SCVMC are ranked number 11 in the nation and are the highest ranked in California, the largest state in the nation. Whereas the Rehabilitation Center offers a variety of rehabilitation services for adults and children in the areas of brain injury, spinal cord injury, stroke, and other conditions, with the aim of optimizing functional outcomes and independence. And whereas these rankings are a testament to the specialized care each of our nurses, here's the people, therapists, physicians, psychologists, social workers, case managers, and other rehabilitation staff provide together in concert with other medical and surgical specialists at SCVMC during what is often a very difficult time in patients' lives. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara does hereby honor and commend the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center Rehabilitation Center and all those individuals that make it what it is. This is passed and adopted by the Board of Supes, County of Santa Clara, State of California on the 16th day of August, 2022 by unanimous vote. And CEO Paul Lorenz, I'm going to ask you to say a few words, if you would, about the #1 rehab center in the state of California. Sir, you are on.
Thank you, President Wasserman and members of the board. Well, let me just say to all of you that I am proud of this team. And as you mentioned, it really takes a team to really accomplish what they've accomplished for our patients in this community. And that's something, as you can imagine, that not only am I proud of, but each and every member of the team. And so Dr. James Crew, who's the director of the Rehabilitation Center, is on the line. I'm hoping he can say a few words and introduce some of those team members that you spoke so highly of.
Thank you.
Hi there. I don't know if you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thanks so much for having us. So this is my 14th year here as a physician. I'm very fortunate to have joined a really high quality group. I can't take much credit at all, but I wanted to say thanks to the Board of Supervisors for having us on. We're quite fortunate, as Paul mentioned, to have a great group here of rehab nurses, therapists, physicians, and other staff, as well as a very productive rehabilitation research center. Rehabilitation, like so many aspects of healthcare, I think we've learned over the last few years, it's a team sport. We have to pull each other up. We have to lean on each other. And our center is really known and has been known for over 50 years for being able to treat patients with complex conditions, including very impaired patients with stroke, brain injury, and spinal cord injury. And we know the best outcome for each of these cases is really through collaboration amongst our team members. And I think every day here when we're doing things well, we're fostering that environment of collaboration and teamwork. For those of you who may not be aware, the U.S. News and World Report rankings, you know, historically it's been sort of a popularity contest of expert opinion, and the highest ranked centers are usually those that have the largest training programs. Over the last few years, they've built in quality outcomes. So really it's now 50% expert opinion and about 50% quality outcomes. And whereas before we were in the top 20 to 30, we've seen a big jump in our center moving up, and we're now number 11 in the nation, as was mentioned before, as they built in some of these quality metrics through looking at CMS, looking at the complexity of cases that we're willing to take into our center. And it's an elective setting, and a lot of rehab centers shy away from patients who have Medicaid, shy away from patients who have lots of impairment and medical complexity, and our center doesn't do that. And we're able to take in complex cases both within and outside of our county lines because we know it's the right thing to do, and we have a lot of support from all of you, from Paul and his team, and amongst our colleagues in medical and surgical specialties throughout our hospital. They're able to consult same day. So on behalf of our team, I don't want to be long-winded. But I also want to acknowledge our Rehab Research Center for getting federal funding for the model systems for spinal cord injury. That's a tremendous honor, and only about a dozen centers in the nation get that funding. That's also something that our center has been touted for, and plays into our increasing ranking and our improvement over the last few years. So again, on behalf of our team, I don't know if we can see others. I believe that Gina Boomershine, our service line director, Jen Flores, who is our therapy manager for spinal cord injury, Zoe Fawcett, our therapy manager for brain injury, Dr. Henry Huey, who's our chief of brain injury rehabilitation, and Daniel Cruz. I can see them there in the conference room. So good job, everybody. And really, we're just part of a group of multifaceted and talented therapists and nurses. We all work on a level playing field in our group, and I think that's probably why we've had some success. So on behalf of all of us, thank you to the Board of Supervisors for the few minutes of recognition. Thank you to the county for your support of rehabilitation at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. We should recognize the Sobrato family, I think, who donated, I think, $5 million to offset the costs from the county measure that was passed in 2008. We should say thank you to all the taxpayers who approved the funds that went into building this beautiful building that we get to house our services within. So thank you to all of you, and keep us in mind as we come back to you every now and then for requests for things like additional staff and equipment. We will do our very best to put it to good use moving forward. So thanks again.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you, Paul, and thank you to the whole team that earned this award. All right, with that, we're moving on to item 5B. I'm turning to Supervisor Chavez to present this commendation.
Thank you very much. And I want to again say congratulations to that amazing team from Valley Medical Center. And I really appreciate that as advocates for their patients, they never stop advocating, as it should be. So well done and congratulations. Today, colleagues, I have the privilege of presenting a proclamation declaring August 2022 as Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. And I want to welcome Maulana Nabi Abidi, who will be joining us to make thank you, welcome, so that to receive the commendation, the virtual commendation. Santa Clara County is strengthened by many varied religious, political, and cultural traditions and contributions of our diverse population, of those who practice population, including those who practice Islam. Our county has a thriving community with more than 60,000 Muslim residents who contribute to the social, cultural, and economic vibrancy of the United States and have distinguished themselves by fostering understanding among all people through faith and service. Santa Clara County is home to numerous mosques, and the South Bay Islamic Association, established in 1980, is one of the first mosques to be established in the Bay Area. The Muslim Community Association in Santa Clara is the largest mosque in Northern California. Mosques and community organizations in Santa Clara have increased efforts to assist people during the pandemic by donating funds, distributing food, or providing other resources, including the delivery of 1,000 COVID-19 vaccination doses in the county and 15,000 doses throughout the Bay Area. We want to acknowledge and promote awareness of the invaluable contributions of the Muslims in California and across the country to extend the respect and camaraderie every American deserves. This is a very long commendation, but I want to just say, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara does hereby proclaim August 2022 as Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month to acknowledge the rich history, contributions, guiding virtues of the Muslim community, and to commend all Muslims in California for the lasting positive impact they've made toward the advancement of our community. I want to hand this over now to Maulana Nabi Abidi to share a few words.
So thank you for inviting me in this panel. First and foremost, I would like to thank Santa Clara County and also Supervisory President, all the members and leadership from the Santa Clara County for recognizing this month as a Muslim Heritage Month. I would like to mention a few points. As all of us, we know, and I would like to thank Pastor to begin with prayers, that religion and faith has a very a deep impact and a great impact in our society, especially when it comes to optimization of all the potentials. The very fabric of the Santa Clara County, and especially Santa Clara County and in general everywhere, is to have diversity and also to recognize all walks of life and those who believe in different faith and religion. But we have one common goal, which is to make our society a place of peace and we can live very comfortably. I myself joined the Santa Clara County 2 decades back, and I see the great, welcoming and also great work has happening here in this county. As you mentioned, among the 1.9 billion Muslims around the globe, millions in America, tens of thousands Muslims, they live in Santa Clara County. Their contribution is from IT to different walks of their life, whether it's healthcare or whether it's providing goods and services. And even in the pandemic era, we saw that our children from schools and also our community members, they try to reach out to those who are in need in pandemic era, providing foods, opening their centers, having the vaccinations in our centers, and so on and so forth. I myself here in Sabah Islamic Center in North San Jose, we saw a great services offering to the greater community and being and connected with the greater community. I would like to sincerely thank and appreciate for recognizing this month as a Muslim Heritage Month, and I hope that this can be a great starting point to have more cohesive and comprehensive representation from everywhere, especially Santa Clara County and their services. I would like to thank the supervisors and also the leadership and also the law enforcement for their approach and being inclusive and vigilant, and especially recognizing us. I would like to thank on behalf of Muslims and all the Islamic centers. As you know, we have tens of Islamic centers here in Santa Clara County, and maybe 7 or 8 full-time schools and also other services. And with that, we are very eager to offer our services in any capacity possible. I would like to thank once again for your recognition and also your this honoring. May God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. I'm now going to present our 8th and final ceremonial item on today's agenda. And this is regarding Miguel Marquez, an exemplary employee and a person I consider a friend. Whereas Miguel Marquez has dedicated 10 years of exemplary service to the County of Santa Clara and demonstrated the highest level of integrity, leadership, selflessness, and care for our community. Whereas Miguel Marquez has been a driving force throughout his career in the fight against poverty, homelessness, health disparities, racial injustices, and wealth inequality. Whereas Miguel Marquez, as the County Council from 2009 to 2012, provided outstanding leadership, crafting groundbreaking local policies and leading legal action to protect civil rights, promote health, and spur statewide reform in the areas of criminal justice and redevelopment, the latter resulting in hundreds of millions of dollars in recovered funding for K-12 schools and safety net services in Santa Clara County alone. Whereas following 4 years of distinguished service as an appellate court justice, I was there when you were sworn in, Miguel Marquez chose to leave that prestigious post to return to the County of Santa Clara to serve as Chief Operating Officer because of his passion for direct community service and opportunity to strengthen the safety net for those in the greatest need. Whereas for the past 6 years, Miguel Marquez has served as the county's Chief Operating Officer, where his leadership has been instrumental in addressing countless issues, including developing an exemplary reentry program, expanding behavioral health services, creating thousands of affordable homes, and acquiring and integrating 2 privately owned hospitals into the county health system, which prevented closure of these critical facilities and ultimately ensured hundreds of additional hospital beds were available to the community during the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas Miguel Marquez was awarded the prestigious National Public Service Award in 2020 for his outstanding contribution to public service, dedication to low-income families, and the many personal sacrifices he has made for the good of others. Whereas Miguel Marquez, during the most deadly pandemic in a century, served as both Chief Operating Officer and one of the directors of the county's Emergency Operations Center, providing extraordinary leadership to save lives by both maintaining critical county services and launching what has been widely regarded as one of the most effective pandemic responses undertaken by any county nationwide. And whereas Miguel Marquez is deeply admired for his compassion, authenticity, high ethical standards, unrivaled work ethic, sound judgment, problem-solving ability, temperament, generosity of time, and for being a supportive and inspiring mentor for numerous existing and emerging county leaders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara does hereby commend and thank Miguel Marquez. I'm going to miss you, buddy. Would you like to say a few words? I see a couple of other individuals that certainly want to. I saw you when you were here, when you went to the courts, when you came back here. I'm going to miss you.
I will miss you too. Do you want me to say a few words now, or did you want to let?
Well, let's hear it from your fan club first, and then we'll come back to have you say a few words. Dr. Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. It's hard to say goodbye to Miguel because I've worked with him for basically my entire career here at the county. And although Miguel is a quiet person who seems very attentive and listens quite well, he's got a heart that burns with fire for the underserved and the underprivileged. If you look through his career and his upbringing, he's always been committed to that equalization of problems in society and trying to solve problems for the underserved and underprivileged. And he's continued that here at the county. As first the county council, where I first met him, and I was amazed by how innovative he was and how thoughtful, and he really began a major transformation of the office and took on some very important issues that were critical to the function of the county in the future, that future boards of supervisors will be thankful for. When he left to go to the appeals court, I was happy for him and the state. I was unhappy for myself and for us, but luckily I was able to hook him back and bring him back in as Chief Operating Officer because he really felt he needed to, in order to fulfill his mission, actually be on the ground providing services. You've gone through many of the projects that he's worked on, but let me just say that the relationship between Miguel and I has been critical because he balances me out, I balance him out, and he's a very, very, very kind, honest, thoughtful person. I will deeply miss him, but I understand he's moving off to Pasadena to continue the mission. Pasadena has really a diverse community with great need in part of the community, and he's committed to trying to fix that. So that'll be exciting, and we'll all watch for all the innovative ideas he'll come up with. It's the only redeeming factor with Miguel leaving is that Greta Hansen will take over his job. and will do a fabulous job with all of the same projects that Miguel has been working on. I'm going to really miss him. We're all going to miss him. The county is going to take some time to accommodate, but I wish him very well in Southern California.
Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you, President Wasserman. Miguel, it's a privilege to add some of my own words of gratitude as well. I suspect that everyone at the county knows that you are, as one employee in the budget office put it, super scary smart. And your performance as chief operations officer has really been extraordinary. More importantly, and interestingly, I believe, is the loyalty you've inspired from staff across the county. You have a reputation for treating everyone like family with care and concern. And for that alone, you will not be soon forgotten here at 70 West Heading or beyond. Thank you for your years of service. Thank you for leading the county through, among other adventures, hospital acquisitions and a pandemic. And I wish you all of the best in your new role.
Thank you, Vice President. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, Miguel, as I listened to that extraordinary list of accomplishments and services rendered in the formal resolution we're adopting, I just have to say, as compelling as it is, it doesn't really begin to capture the affection and respect that I have for you. And I just wanted to sort of put that out there for you personally. As we all work together, we get to understand one another better. While sometimes you have a great big smile, most of the time you have a very small smile. And I have learned, I think, to read that very small smile over the last half dozen years. Sometimes that's a small smile of satisfaction, sometimes bemusement, but I will miss your big works and your small smile, and I want you, there's a big one. And mostly, as I say, I just wanted to say how much you had generated both affection and respect and appreciation, which it's so hard to convey or capture in a more formal way. Wish you well, don't be a stranger, and again, many, many thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to say, Miguel, what a really a pleasure and honor it was to work with you and to learn so much from you. And I know that the issues that came before you were those that were very tangled, that required a high level of intellect, but also a high emotional intelligence that would allow you to work through on both sides of your brain, frankly, to help us get to solutions. I'm really honored to get to sign this commendation with my colleagues. I will say that my office did their own commendation so that each staff person could acknowledge the work that you'd help them with in the areas that they were most excited about. And I wanted to just lift up three, not so much the areas, but just kind of sentiments that come across. One is that even though you have a big job, you take time to mentor people around you, and how critical that mentorship is and how meaningful it is to all of us. Two, that everybody seemed to learn a problem-solving tool from you. Whether that is listening intently, repeating back what people are saying, and even the way you set benchmarks. So you'll see that there's a little reflection of that. But finally, I think that one of the most important aspects that really was evident to me as I was reading the feedback from my staff is just what a generous leader you are. And generous leadership is very, very tough, and it's very rare. But I think it's the kind of leadership that has the most lasting impact on those that you serve. So I wish you all good things in your new role. You will be deeply missed, but I'm sure you will go on to change the world and the lives for many, many other people, and it'll be fun to watch. Good luck.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. I have probably worked the least in terms of time directly with Miguel, but certainly have been really amazingly impressed with his intellect and how smart he really is. Santa Clara County has really been fortunate to have your service for the past decades in so many different capacities as the county council and as our chief operating officer. But most uniquely, that I don't think anybody ever would say, is we have a former justice of a court of appeals serving the county as well in all this capacity, and which is truly unusual of your talent and skills that you're bringing to our county. And I just want to say that is a loss for us, but certainly a huge gain for the city of Pasadena as their new city manager. And I look forward to visiting you maybe someday in Pasadena for the good work you do in the future. Thank you again for all you've done for us.
Thank you. I've got about 635 more people that wanted to speak, but as president, I'm going to use my prerogative and tell them they're too late. And I'm going to go straight to you, Miguel.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for the kind words, for the commendation. You know, I only know one way, and that's to be genuine. So I'm going to be genuine and tell you that these past few weeks have been incredibly difficult. You know, I want to be clear that I'm very excited to head down to Pasadena to bring down there everything I've learned up here in the Bay Area. I came here back in 1985 to come to college. It's a long time ago. I think I try to add it up just now. I think I have about 33 years living, working, and studying here in the Bay Area. But the truth is, in so many ways, I also don't want to go. And, you know, part of it is because change is hard. But I think I'm mostly having trouble leaving because of all the close friendships that I've made over the years during my service here at the county. You know, that commendation lists a bunch of things that we've accomplished, but I want to be clear, they're things that we together accomplished. I'm grateful to have been one part of it, but together we've taken on so many challenges. We've accomplished so much. And in the process, I have become incredibly close to so many within the county organization and with our partners in the community. That closeness is based on collective service to community. So it's a closeness that is genuine and I know will be long lasting. So just quickly highlighting, working together, we saved thousands of lives in our community through evidence-based public health orders that kept people safe as we could keep them. I'll always remember in the Mercury News, they noted when we hit 1 million people nationwide who died from COVID, they said 650,000 of them would still be alive if the nation had the same death rate as we had here in the Bay Area. That's something we should all be proud of. Together, we reclaimed billions of dollars statewide every single year that had previously been diverted to redevelopment agencies and efforts. And instead, those dollars, billions every year, are redirected to schools, fire districts, cities, and counties for the important work that they do. In part, this has contributed towards a safety net here in the county that when I returned in 2016, had a budget of about $6 billion. And 6 years later, it's at $11.5 billion. Expanding operations at that pace was a challenge, but together we did it. And lastly, together we stopped the effort to take away federal funds from sanctuary jurisdictions when the Trump administration tried to do that. We stopped the effort to take away protections for the dreamers who live in our community and who live throughout the nation. And we stopped the efforts to declare those who use public services as, quote, public charges to try and prevent them from becoming a part of the community that they live and they work in. So together we've done all of that and so much more. I want to thank the board in its various iterations since I first arrived in 2008 for giving me the opportunity to serve as its county council. I want to thank Dr. Smith, who gave me the opportunity to serve as chief operating officer. I will always be grateful for the opportunity to partner with Jeff on so many important challenges facing the county. I also want to thank James Williams, who I had the privilege of swearing into the practice of law many years ago, and with whom I have worked closely on issue after issue. You know, the work around here is done by so many, including all of our deputy county executives, department heads, executive leaders, administrative support staff, community-based partners. The list goes on and on. I've received so many messages of support from so many throughout the county organization and beyond. I wish I had time to respond to each and every message, but please know I've read them all and was deeply touched by the support. Finally, I want to thank Monica Fernandez and Kim Forrester, who have been so supportive of me in the roles that I've served in. I couldn't have done it without them. I think all of you who have incredible support staff know what I mean. And lastly, I want to thank Greta Hansen for taking my place as Chief Operating Officer. I've had the honor of working closely with Greta since 2009, when Greta first joined the County Council's office. Jeff couldn't have selected a better replacement for me. Our bench in this county is deep with so much talent. I leave knowing that Greta, with the support she will receive from everyone within the organization, will continue to thrive in this new role. I can't wait to see all the county will continue to accomplish in the years to come. Thanks again to all of you for enriching my life in so many ways. I will dearly miss all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I inadvertently missed Supervisor Lee's hand raised.
Oh, I apologize. I already spoke earlier, but thank you, President.
Thank you. All right. Well, Miguel, thank you very much on behalf of myself, our board, and the County of Santa Clara. I wouldn't rule out you being back in 5 years, but we do have a deep bench, and thank you for helping to establish and train and mentor and associate and teach the individuals. I've learned a great deal from you in the years that we've been, and your style, and you are so trustable and so humble and so knowledgeable. And I appreciate your openness to individuals and solutions, the can-do attitude and the caring that you have for Santa Clara County. Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you.
Care. All right. And with that, we're moving on to public comment. We had a lot of stuff going there for 90 minutes, but a lot of incredible people to recognize and honor. Public comment is item number 6, which is the opportunity for anyone to speak about anything not on today's agenda. I'm going to change my view here to full gallery. I did have an 8.5 by 11 of Supervisor Lee on my screen a moment ago. All right, now I'm going to participants. I see 13 so far, David. Again, anybody wishing to speak at this time on any issue relating to the County of Santa Clara that's not on today's agenda, please register electronically. That said, David, why don't you allow our speakers in to speak, and they'll get 1 minute each.
All right, one moment, please, while we get the timer up.
Thank you.
We're going to set the timer for 1 minute.
Yes.
Next speaker is Cheryl Jensen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I sent you a letter and I hope you have had a chance to read it. There are serious legal, medical, ecological, and moral issues with these mass toxic foggings. One of the 2 chemicals Vector Control announced for their fogging operations, Enovix, contains a poison etofenprox, but their permit shows etofenprox is only licensed for their use as a larvicide. As used as an airborne fog, as announced, it is an outright violation of their permit. Pesticide use requires strict adherence to labels. No pesticides are labeled for mixing with other pesticides yet on Vector Control's most recent notice. They list both pesticides, Maris 3.0 and Zenovex at the same time. This is a violation. I'm sorry, you can't say more. I'll send you the rest of my speech in a message.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Karen. You have 1 minute to speak. I have unmuted you. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello. I'd like to speak about a public health issue that's not being addressed. Several U.S. life insurance companies have recently revealed that there's an overwhelming unexplained 40% increase in all-cause deaths amongst 18 to 49-year-olds. There are 3 physician whistleblowers that have released real data from the Department of Defense drawn from clinical diagnosis codes. They found the increase are from 2021 compared to the 5-year averages from 2016 to 2020. For example, myocardial infarction or heart attack, 269% increase. Miscarriages, 300% increase. Bell's palsy, 291% increase. Congenital malformations, 156% increase. Female infertility, 471% increase. Pulmonary embolisms, 467% increase. Neurological abnormalities, 300% increase, and cancers, 300% increase. As of now, the CDC has not explained any of this data.
Next speaker is Melissa Willett. I've unmuted you. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Willett, First Vice President of SEIU Local 521, and diversifying our workforce in a time of staffing crisis around our country is an essential first step into protecting our workforce and residents. We have a crisis in vacancies that are impacting direct services to our community. Social workers, eligibility workers, 911 dispatchers, healthcare workers, and our SEIU 521 unit, including physicians and nurses. These challenges are not unique and they are real in our county. We are continuously attempting to address staffing shortages through proposed training programs, apprenticeship programs, and other potential solutions, only to be met by continued resistance by ESA. And this narrative must stop if we are to meet the challenges and work together in resolving our issues. We need action, not continued promises of collaboration. We ask the board to intercede and take direct action within the next 30 days to begin addressing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Brandy Madison. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Board of Supervisors, the pesticide used by Santa Clara County Vector Control states directly on the Xenavix label that the pesticide is hazardous to humans, animals, and bees. The Santa Clara County Medical Association advised you, the Board of Supervisors, to support the reduced risk pesticide ordinance for Santa Clara County, which is an alternative pest management program, but you failed to execute this ordinance. Healthy Alternatives to Pesticides provided you with evidence that after mosquito fogging by vector control, thousands of bees died in Palo Alto. The report showed that the dead bees collected in Palo Alto after fogging had Xenavix all over their bodies. You are public servants and therefore required to protect their health. Please stop the mosquito fogging and use healthier alternatives to pesticides. Thanks.
Next speaker is Teresa. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Teresa, are you there?
Yes, sorry. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, over the last several months, there's been a lot of data coming out regarding the COVID-19 vaccines and that they do not reduce COVID-19 infection, which is actually treatable, not terminal. And data now is showing that if you've been vaccinated, you're actually more likely to become infected with COVID, along with the many other adverse diseases and possible death versus the unvaccinated. So I want to know the policies put in place by the county, the risk tier system, and the policies regarding the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, if it's made an impact on preventing the spread of COVID within Santa Clara County. Because I have heard last month there was 5 people in my husband's department that were out sick with COVID, and they were all vaccinated and boosted. So you've created a breeding ground.
Next speaker is Fo Bui. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Fo Bui. I'm a psychiatric social worker working for 17 years plus with the Behavioral Health Department at Juvenile Hall and Chief Steward for SEIU 521. I am here to bring to the board's attention of the severe staffing shortage, especially at EAP, Employee Assistance Program. There is currently about 3 full-time staff providing support to the county's workforce of around 22,000 employees. The employees who are in crisis under duress due to high workload and work conditions are not able to access service as there is a waiting period of 4 to 6 weeks. I plead with the board to take into consideration of the well-being of our workforce to allow us access to support to stabilize our mental well-being so that we are in a better state of mind to deliver services to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Walter Wilson. You have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning, President Wasserman, board and staff. I want to first thank you for acknowledging Jerry Sappos. Jerry was a friend of mine back in 1992 when I first joined the NAACP here. I also want to thank the Valley Medical Center trauma team for saving the life of my close friend's 8-year-old grandson a few weeks ago. He was hit by a car and he was in severe condition. And that staff, that group over there, that trauma team, they gave that family so much compassion, so much care, and the professionalism. It was just like they are a world-class team. They were an amazing group that really took care of not just the child, but the family itself. They literally wrapped their arms around this family, and I want to thank them and also Paul and that team as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Walter.
Next speaker is Marco Torrell. You have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The CDC last Thursday came out with new guidelines. Has Dr. Smith and Dr. Corey read them? One of the guidelines states unvaccinated people who have contracted COVID naturally have the same immunity as if fully vaccinated individuals, and those without symptoms no longer need to be screened. How soon will Dr. Smith will be updating the COVID-19 mandate policy for county employees so they could be in line with the CDC guidelines? I'm sure you're aware that healthcare workers in Illinois just settled COVID shot mandate for $10.3 million with North Shore University Health System. All of you held a no vote of confidence on Sheriff Smith because of the millions of dollars she's cost the county in lawsuits, among other potential crimes yet to be determined. I wonder how many millions of dollars are you going to cost the county residents to pay out to Calvary Chapel of San Jose and the county employees of Unified SEC who currently are suing you for violating their constitutional rights, among other.
Next speaker is Michelle Lamb. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dr. Michelle Lamb, one of the radiology residents at VMC. I'm a member of the Committee of Interns and Residents, as well as one of its departmental representatives. I'm here to ask that the Board of Supervisors approve a referral to administration to grant surge pay for residents called in due to COVID-related staffing shortages. We're here before the board for the second time because VMC has not followed through on their commitment to get approval for this item. Over the past half year, we've seen increased numbers of healthcare workers infected with COVID for the first time, including within our 3 residencies at VMC, requiring leadership to scramble to cover the rotations of residents out sick. We have only 18 residents in radiology, so even a small number of residents out sick has resulted in very, very strained staffing arrangements. Surge pay will not fix the problem of being understaffed in times of surges, but it will ensure that our residents are being at least compensated for their time covering other residents' rotations. Surge pay is not a new idea, as it's already been implemented at other hospitals in the Bay since at least last December. So.
Next speaker is Samantha Chen. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samantha Chen. I'm a county employee marriage and family therapist representing my colleagues. We would like to raise the awareness that the obvious disproportion between client and therapist ratio speak loudly for the reason behind staff shortage. Clinicians are caught in between the conflict of interest and time between billing, documentation, administrative tasks, and direct client services. Direct services in and of itself is a full-time job already. The rest of our required tasks can only be completed through evening and weekend overtime. This is the reason why we are behind with billing. In addition, whenever there is a critical incident, we must lean on each other for support for burnout, vicarious trauma, COVID, and other crises. Condition burnout happens on a physical, mental, emotional level. Our families and significant others are often impacted by our stress and limitation carried over from our work. This is our challenge in a nutshell. Please help us to address our concerns. Thank you very much for your time and support.
Next speaker is Lee. You have 1 minute. Oh, it looks like Lee is using an older version of Zoom, so we will not be able to take their comment unless they're able to update and then come back in. So I'm going to lower their hand. Next speaker is Delilah Polito. You have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Hi, yesterday, James Williams stated that the court order injunction prevented the county from treating the medical and religious exemptions differently. So yes, that is true, but instead of the county now helping accommodate those with a religious exemption, like they did those with a medical exemption, the county decided to treat them the same by not helping either. What happened to all those board meeting recordings on YouTube where the county exec states that the workers on unpaid leave are being helped with an accommodation, that the workers on leave are making it difficult because they don't want to take another position? I can compile all these clips for the board to see. We kept informing you that these workers were not getting any help with an accommodation, and the action the county took in regards to the injunction makes it crystal clear that the workers were never getting any help with an accommodation, and there was never any intention to help them. I am not a lawyer, so I don't know if this move is legal, but I don't care if it is, because what the county has done by denying both medical and religious exemptions and accommodation is wrong and immoral. Also, the new CDC guidance treats the vaccinated and unvaccinated the same.
Next speaker is Christina. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors.
Good morning.
Obviously, I think everyone's been talking about the shortages in staff within the county. I work at the hospital in the ER, and every department, whether RNPA or SEIU, are having a shortage in staff. And I wanted to bring back the fact that these people who have religious exemptions have not yet been returned to work, and they would make an extreme difference in our department. One of the people commended our trauma staff, and I work with them, and we would love to keep that morale up, but we're so short-staffed, and we need our nurses back. Every day they're sending out emails about how short we are in the emergency department, and we would just love for the county to reconsider and letting those people come back to work with the religious exemptions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ashley. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
The county does not tolerate discrimination, harassment, or retaliation in any form subject to discipline. This is your policy. I took a stewardship for EBS. I got harassed and bullied. Recently, I had a coworker provoke me to fight her, and she used profanity. And then, sorry, 1 second. Charles Eglin, an EBS manager, was just promoted, has countless grievances in less than 2 months. He has shown inappropriate, unethical work practices, such as yelling at me in my face as director sat and watched. Our manager's short temper places all staff and patients at risk. How he has shown no care for the code of conduct for VMC and has violated the merit system under Article 11, Section 825-301, subs 1 through 4 and 9. You all, the BOS members, are failing to enforce your policy to protect the workforce on the front lines of a pandemic and bullying dictatorship. When do you step in and actually do your job like the rest of the staff do on the hospital floor is get paid to do? Thank you.
Next speaker is Charlene. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Charlene, are you there? Charlene is
Hi.
not responding. Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead, Charlene.
Charlene.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, good morning. My name is Charlene and I work as an MFT at the main jail. I wanted to advocate for everyone that works in custody. We are severely short-staffed and burnt out. This is causing us mental and physical health issues, which impacts the care of our clients. My question is, what will the county do to help? What will you do to retain us and to help with this burnout? Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Zach Weinstein. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Thanks. My name is Zach Weinstein. I'm a staff organizer with the Committee of Interns and Residents, SEIU, representing resident physicians at VMC. As the board is aware, our members have been asking since January for additional pay when called in unexpectedly due to staff shortages due to the ongoing pandemic. A few lowlights of VMC management's response thus far have included refusing to engage substantively with our members on serious solutions to this problem until the Board of Supervisors intervened, telling our members when dozens of them were out sick that there was no ongoing COVID surge, telling our members their own ideas wouldn't benefit them if implemented, months of delay blowing through agreed upon timelines without explanation or communication, including their failure to get this item on the agenda today, which they promised our members they would do. And so we are asking the board to put authority for VMC to bargain on this item on the agenda for the August 30th meeting, since we have no indication VMC will do so of their own accord. Thank you.
Next speaker is Joanna Furaganan. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Joanna, are you there?
Joanna.
Joanna is not responding. One
All
moment,
right.
please. I'm going to lower her hand. Next speaker is Anna Iko. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Anna, are you there?
Hi, good morning.
Go ahead.
My name is Anna Iko. I'm a mental health worker working at Barbara Aaron's VMC. I'm asking the board to please assist us in providing a healthy and safe workplace for my coworkers. We are here taking care of the mental health clients in our community every day. Yet, as county employees, our needs for mental health support at work is neglected. Even though we are working above and beyond to support the department due to short staffing, we still need to take care of our physical and psychological needs. Management keeps rejecting our verification request even though we submitted it 4 months in advance. Management holds double standard at the workplace. We are not treated the same as other employees. There is no way for us to relax and recharge. As the result, we are getting exhausted and stressed. Please direct the county to work with us to address our mental health and physical needs at this critical time. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Minerva Bellezza. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Minerva, are you there? I ask you to unmute one more time.
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yes, hi. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Hi, my name is Minerva Bellezza. I am a mental health worker working at psych unit at BAP 400. I am also an extra help worker for 5 years now. The department is short staffing every day. Extra help workers are not using for coverage, vacation, or sick leave. We are always on schedule. With this situation, there's a need for more codes and department to service our clients and support our community. As an extra help, we are facing a lot of challenges for 40 hours each year and can really look for other jobs. We are stressed for not receiving any canceling of the shift and meeting our daily needs. We are working hard towards to become a coded employees. It is time for the county to look into the needs of the emotional and psychological of each employee, including the extra help. Thank you.
We're going to go back to Joanna Fergananen. Let's try one more time. You're unmuted. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Joanna. I work as a dietetic assistant at DMC. I'm asking the board to look at the stress and anxiety we are currently facing at work. We don't have enough frontline employees working in the hospital system, including the dietary department. There is a high turnover rate in our department. Our schedule changes constantly to cover employees' vacation. There's no way we can make plans for ourselves and with our family. Employees are facing long work hours. All these lead to employees' breakdown even at work. Job stress poses a threat to our health. Please direct the county to work with us to address our mental and physical needs in this critical time, and also consider accepting the input from the frontline workers. Together, we thrive a health work environment. Thank you.
We're going to go back to Lee. I'm going to unmute you. Lee, you have, oh, it looks like you are still using an older version of Zoom. You can either upgrade your version of Zoom or you can use the phone call-in number that's on the first page of the published agenda. Next speaker is Maria Alvarez. Pardon me, you have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Maria. As a mom with children with medical issues and as a janitor at VMC, the short staffing issues have been affecting myself and many others professionally and mentally at home and at work. During the pandemic, we were all hailed as heroes for coming in every day while the world was on lockdown and we were trying to save lives. Whether we were disinfecting rooms, taking x-rays, or monitoring patients on life-saving machines, now as we face endless vacancies with no hope in sight for additional staffing, we are facing burnout, declining morale, and physical and mental exhaustion with no help in sight. We need the board to fix the broken system with ESA that is causing the staffing crisis and hurting patients because, like I said, for myself, it's not only hurting me personally, but professionally as well. And I'm sure I'm not the only one out there. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jess Ortega. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Jess Ortega. I'm EKG tech and husband, father of 3.
I consider myself a son of Santa Clara County. For the past several years, I've worked at Valley Med in different roles. I've worked in the ER during spikes in COVID, nothing but respect for my coworkers and management. Over this time, I've seen a new level of impactful hard work being performed by the VMC community, but I've also seen many people from my ranks and the SEIU members work long, bitter hours in a hospital, time away from their families and time away from their homes without much to show for it. Some work multiple jobs in order to make ends meet. Many cannot live in San Jose. We can do better. We can incentivize more positively and with respect to people's time forfeited to the county. Bump our pay to give us some breathing room in this challenging economy. We also need more workers to supplement staffing, but long hours should be compensated respectfully and commensurate with respect to our nursing coworkers whom we supplement. We also need some upward mobility, so maybe we can see a light at the end of the tunnel. I believe it's really time to settle accounts with those dedicating their lives to service of this county with their own package.
Next speaker is Shay Franco Clausen. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Shay, are you there? I'm going to ask you to unmute one more time. Okay, it looks like they're not responding. Next speaker is Sharon Luna. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Sharon.
Sharon?
Good morning. This is Sharon Luna, and welcome back, everyone. I am with the San Martin Neighborhood Association, and on July 14th, we met with Sylvia Gallegos and had a very robust and positive conversation regarding lead education in one particular area of Santa Clara County. We in San Martin are waiting for the education details and other information that we requested in order to start an education process for our residents in San Martin. Please ensure our requests are responded to so we can be proactive in getting lead education out to not only San Martin residents, but for Santa Clara County residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Bill Kozich. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Bill, are you there? I'm going to ask you to unmute one more time. And
you can hear me, right?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Hi, I work at Valley Medical Center, and so does my wife. We were also let go because, not let go, but put on leave because of the vaccine. It's even hard to talk without bringing in tears because of how difficult the lost weight, the medical issues. There's all kinds of stuff that it's impacting that I just wish you would follow the CDC guidelines and let people back to work. You can see there's staffing issues everywhere. Just admit you're wrong. It's okay. People make mistakes, and just let people back to work. Let people provide for their families and pay their mortgage. People are having to sell their houses, and 4 people I know lost their house just because they can't work. You're keeping me out of work because you're saying I can't, I'm going to get everybody sick. But yet everybody at work that's triple vaxxed that are my friends that I still talk to, they're all sick. Everybody at work is getting sick. Triple vaxxed.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you to all those speakers. We now move on to item number 7, which is approval of the consent calendar. David, if you'll take a deep breath and then read what's on the consent calendar at this time.
Okay, here it goes.
Yep.
We have a request from President Wasserman to add item number 11 to the consent calendar. Item number 11 is to approve the referral to administration to report to the board with options for consideration relating to a gun buyback event in South County before the end of calendar year 2022. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg and Supervisor Lee to add item numbers 13, 14, and 15 to the consent calendar. Item number 13 is to approve county sponsorship of the resource area for teaching in the amount of $1,500 from the Supervisorial District 2 allocation to support the 28th annual fundraiser event. Item number 14 is to consider recommendations relating to sponsoring the Addiction Treatment Works Recognition Dinner in the amount of $1,500 from the Supervisorial District 2 allocation. Item number 15 is to approve county sponsorship of the Chinese Historical and Cultural Project in the amount of $1,000 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation to support the CHCP 35th anniversary dinner. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to add item number 16 to the consent calendar and a correction to read as follows. Item number 16, consider recommendations relating to sponsoring the 2022 Mosaic Festival Silicon Valley. Possible action A, approve waiver of Board of Supervisors Policy 3.68.4.2, which requires approval of sponsorship at least 30 days before the event or activity. And possible action B, approve county sponsorship of Mosaic Festival Silicon Valley in the amount of $500 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation to support the 2022 Mosaic Festival Silicon Valley. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to add items numbers 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 to the consent calendar. Item number 17 is to approve county sponsorship of Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition in the amount of $1,000 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation to support the bike ride fundraiser. Item number 18 is to approve county sponsorship of Green Foothills in the amount of $500 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation to support the Nature's Inspiration fundraising event. Item number 19 is to approve county sponsorship of the Friends of Way in the amount of $500 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation to support the San Jose Landscape Cultural Diversity and Inclusivity Photography Exhibition. Item number 20 is to approve county sponsorship of the Healthier Kids Foundation in the amount of $1,000 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation to support the annual fundraising dinner. Item number 21 is to consider recommendations relating to sponsoring the Duo Animal Welfare Project Moon Festival Volunteer and Donor Appreciation event in the amount of $1,000 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation. Item number 22 is to consider recommendations relating to sponsoring the Vietnamese American Organization Community Day event in the amount of $500 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation. And item number 23 is to approve county sponsorship of Building Peaceful Families in the amount of $1,000 from the Supervisorial District 3 and Supervisorial District 4 allocations to support the annual Justice Involved Families Conference on October 1st, 2022. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg and Supervisor Lee to add item number 24 to the consent calendar. Item number 24 is to consider recommendations relating to sponsoring Latinos United for a New America, 4th Annual Lunada in the amount of $1,500 from the Supervisorial District 4 allocation. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to hold item number 31 to August 30th, 2022. Item number 31 is to receive a report relating to financial resources for expanding behavioral health system capacity. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to add item number 32 to the consent calendar. Item number 32 is to consider recommendations relating to the Universal Access Pilot. We have a request from Supervisor Simidian to consider item numbers 34 and 35 concurrently. Item number 34 is an adoption of ordinance number NS 300.964 relating to information practices and individual privacy, and repealing Division B4 relating to privacy of financial information, and adding a new Division A16 to the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code relating to privacy protections. Item number 35 is to adopt a board policy resolution adding Board of Supervisors Policy Manual Section 3.73 relating to policy on the County Privacy Office and direct the clerk of the board to include policy in Board of Supervisors Policy Manual. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to add item number 36 to the consent calendar. Item number 36 is to receive a report relating to the leasing of rooftops on county-owned property to a private internet service provider or wireless internet service provider to provide affordable Ethernet-based broadband internet connectivity to unserved areas of Santa Clara County. We have a request from Supervisor Lee to add item number 39 to the consent calendar. Item number 39 is adoption of executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-20.22.01 relating to compensation of employees, increasing the flat rate salaries of the assessor, district attorney, and sheriff classifications by 1.8%. We have a request from administration to hold item number 40 to August 30th, 2022. Item number 40 is to receive a report from the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center relating to existing and new initiatives within the enterprise to help support the mental health and well-being of its healthcare workforce, including to provide a safe work environment. And finally, we have a request from administration to hold item number 41 to date uncertain. Item number 41 is to receive a report relating to community outreach for the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center Master Plan. And that concludes my list.
Nicely done. David, I see one speaker. Is that one speaker wishing to speak on this item? Or was that a late person that came in under public comment?
It looks like they are on this item. That person spoke during public comment. We have two speakers currently, Mr. President.
Okay, let's allow those speakers in on item number 7, consent items, and they may have 2 minutes each.
All right, one moment while we get the timer up.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Fo Bui. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Fobley. I'm a psychiatric social worker with the Behavioral Health Department at Juvenile Hall. Juvenile Hall is currently going through a redesign to provide treatment and operations at James Ranch as a result of its contract being terminated by Starlight. During this redesign, management has not listened to staff who have voiced their concerns over its impact, specifically with rolling back the operating hours that would impact the delivery of treatment to the Senate Bill 823 population, as well as the general populations, both at Juvenile Hall and James Ranch, as the clinicians are pulling them out during school hours to provide treatment that is potentially violating their Title 15. Management has continued to indicate that there is transparency in this redesign, although the collaboration with staff is not present. We respectfully request the board to encourage management to have ongoing meet and discussions with staff so we can concur on this redesign. Ultimately, the behavioral health staff at Juvenile Hall support the addition of these 9 codes under agenda item number 77 so that we can expand our treatment and operations team at Juvenile Hall and James Ranch that will benefit the youth and their family. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is a phone caller ending in 743. I've unmuted you. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead. Phone caller ending in 743. I'll ask you to unmute one more time. And that person is not responding.
And after our speakers, we'll go to James Williams and then supervisors.
And that concludes our speakers, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm now turning.
I'm sorry, this is Rhonda. For that speaker that was trying to speak, they've been trying to get in through the clerk's office. Caller, if you can try *6, that may allow you to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good job.
Okay.
Ron. You have 2 minutes to speak. Go right ahead.
Oh, this is Lee. Okay. Would any of you board members eat an item from a grocery store that you don't know what 96% of the ingredients are? Well, that's something like what you're forcing us, the public, to do with breathing vector controls mosquito top secret 96% unknown ingredients. Just shocking. 96% unknown. Also, how about would you show that this pesticide can tell the difference between mosquitoes, bees, bumblebees, butterflies, dragonflies, ants, and even humans? Can you do a study and post the results on your website that Vector Control's mosquito pesticide can tell the difference? Even so, there are many studies showing the devastating effects of pesticides from bees to humans. Maybe that's why Washington, D.C. has a no pesticide policy. No spraying, period, even in an area that's more hot and humid than ours. Maybe the president and Congress understands the devastating effects of spraying. Please stop this dangerous pesticide spraying and protect the public as well as yourselves. Thank you.
And that concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much, and good job, Rhonda and Dave, finding a way to allow that citizen to speak. We're going to turn to County Council first, Mr. James Williams.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a brief comment that with respect to the sponsorship items that are going on consent in response to inquiries, just wanted to note that we will, of course, validate that they are 501c3s in good standing.
Absolutely. Yep, that's certainly a requirement to receive a sponsorship. Next, Vice President Ellenberg, then Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you, President Wasserman. I have comments on just a few of the items. Item 31 is a report in response to the referral that Supervisor Chavez and I submitted at the end of June after the budget process to grow a pool of funds to be applied to critical behavioral health workforce and facility gaps. The general information on funding sources shared in the report back is informative, and thank you, but it's not responsive to our direction for options to establish dedicated funds for these two specific purposes and to route projected one-time funds that may be received into this pool to address recognized gaps in workforce and facilities. At our next meeting, of the August 30th meeting, The board is anticipating a report back from administration on the metrics and targets for the 5 behavioral health department priority strategies in our system. And I'd like administration to hold item 31 from today until August 30th and revise this report to clarify the options for board consideration on how to dedicate and grow the pool of workforce and facility funds as directed in the original approved referral. It still seems to me that we continue to rely on grant funds or limit the expansion of programs to match the budget available from the state or external sources rather than fund the full need identified to serve our residents. We have explicitly recognized public health crisis in our behavioral health system. We need to mobilize our resources and scale up dramatically. I certainly expect to see our county CEO lead the whole organization to meet those needs, from experts in behavioral health to the budget team to housing and facilities resources. And I hope to see that better reflected on August 30th. With regard to item 32, I have no issues with the report on the universal access pilot extension through the end of this current school year. Happy to approve that item on consent, and thank you very much to Dr. Smith for shepherding that through the process of making sure the grant coincides with the school year. I would like the Chief Children's Officer to include a verbal update in her report to Children, Family, and Seniors Committee on August 25th that lays out the expected timeline for presenting a UAP closeout and sustainability plan to CFSC, and then again to the Board of Supervisors before the end of the current academic year. Item 39, I'd like to register a vote of abstention, please. Item 73 is the addition of grant funds for student wellness centers in partnership with the County Office of Ed. It's my understanding that the additional grant funds will support the addition of 1 new wellness center to bring us up to 7 in this partnership and allow an additional year of funding through 2025 for the sites. I am very glad to see the additional grant funds and addition of sites. I want to make sure as well, though, that we stay focused on the long-term county-wide planning for a sustainable model of access to school-based mental health services through both wellness centers and other mechanisms. So I'm looking forward to the update this month at CFSC on our progress, and hope the full board will receive a report in the coming months. And finally, items 49 and 54 on consent and 32 currently proposed for consent relate to county contracts with First 5, either to grant or receive funds. For those items, pursuant to Government Code Section 1091.5B9, I am disclosing that I serve as a member of the First 5 Commission and that this service qualifies as a non-interest under the government code, so that I do not need to recuse myself from the votes, which will be ayes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that list. Supervisor Chavez, followed by Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you. First, I wanted to start with item 36, and this is an item that Supervisor Ellenberg and I brought forward on broadband, and I want to thank the staff for moving judiciously on this, and I'm very enthusiastic about the work. On items 77 and 78, I do want to leave them on consent, but Dr. Smith, what I'd like to do is request that Sherry participate in the meetings with the staff to resolve their concerns about the impact of the proposed plan, particularly because I'm concerned about the required number of school hours. And I would also request that we have somebody from social services participate as well. And obviously we want to limit travel by staff between facilities to the extent that that's possible. Dr. Smith, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. And then on item 74, it's just worth noting that this will increase the mobile crisis and services for youth and young adults. And I wanted to just acknowledge, Dr. Smith, that I wanted to thank you and Sherry for the work that's been done to really expand the crisis services countywide. I know we're moving toward a system where the dispatch where we can dispatch the right team for the individual situation, including the new trust team. So thank you for all that good work. Item 142 is also an item I'd like to leave on consent. My office heard from an investigator in the IDO's office who expressed concern about the action as stated because it precludes him and other investigators from receiving this increase. I'd like to request an off-agenda report on the concerns raised, and I understand the employees communicated with labor relations, but I'm just not sure what the outcome of that has been. I would also like to add for the record that no employee should have to experience retaliation for contacting my office or any other board office. So is that, Dr. Smith, may we receive something like that over the next couple of weeks?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. And I think those were all of my items. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having had a chance to take a look at items plural 34, 35, which I had originally asked we hear concurrently, I would now like to ask that we continue those items. Again,
Continue.
Request to continue items 34 and 35 to our August 30th agenda. And then I too would like to be an abstention. I abstain on item number 39, which has now been moved to the consent calendar. And that is all I have today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Duly noted. Nothing I see from Supervisor Lee. We've heard from the public. This is item 7 with all the comments made and on the record. I now would look for a motion, please, for approval of the consent calendar with the changes mentioned.
So moved.
Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg got in there first for the approval, and Supervisor Lee got in for a second. Any questions, discussions, further comments? Seeing none. David, please call for the roll. Excuse
Supervisor
me,
Lee.
for the vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Lee, aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes, as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we move on to item number 8. Oops, that's a 1 o'clock time certain. We move on to item number 10. Consider recommendations related to the County of Santa Clara expanding the confiscation of illegal guns across the county in coordination with local law enforcement. And with that, I'm going to turn to Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hands raised, so I'll go ahead and talk about this referral. This referral asks our DA to work with the administration and return to the board with recommendations on how we can best invest in the confiscation of guns from the hands of those determined to no longer be legally able to possess them. I do believe such an investment by our board will save lives and is an example of the most direct preventative action that we can take as elected officials relative to gun safety. The referral describes the ways the district attorney has been successfully working with local law enforcement agencies, including the sheriff, to seek and receive orders from the court when appropriate and indicated. Unfortunately, local law enforcement agencies are woefully understaffed, and so I'm asking the administration to give some consideration to how we can work with our local law enforcement agencies and whether or not there are opportunities as envisioned by the Gun Task Force for expansion of these partnerships. When I began advocating for this work in 2018, it was really focused on protecting victims and families of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. While that's still true, and the referral also calls out the importance of additional sentencing hearings necessary to ensure when someone is guilty of a felony or certain misdemeanors that also require them to no longer possess a gun. We have added the positions in the DA's office, and this team has really been doing great work. I want to recognize and thank the District Attorney Jeff Rosen and his team. I see James Gibbons Shapiro on as well, as we now process more gun violence restraining orders than all but 2 counties in the state. And those 2 counties, Orange and San Diego, are really much larger than ours. This is a successful result of the extensive training efforts of law enforcement agencies by the District Attorney's Office, and as a result, the DA staff making themselves available to city attorneys and law enforcement as they prepare to seek these orders. I understand the DA's office is working on a video, and I think this is fabulous. It's going to offer a refresher course, training for San Jose and other police office departments because of how well the initial training was received. The referral also asks County Council to report back on how James and his team are preparing to support the state and federal government as they undoubtedly will face legal challenges to the new gun control legislation that's recently been passed and is under consideration or is under consideration. I recognize, as I'm sure many do, that how important this is for our county in order for us to be successful as we move forward. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote to ask the staff to do this additional research and come back to the board with options to proceed.
Thank you very much. We have a motion. No members of the public registered to speak. Supervisor Lee, did you wish to second or you have a comment?
I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Dave, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Semidion, aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Casey.
11 was handled by consent. We now move on to item 12, guaranteed basic income for homeless high school students, brought forth by Vice President Ellenberg. Vice President.
Thank you very much. Thank you to my colleagues for considering adoption of this referral today. Every year, it gets harder and harder and harder for our youth and young adults to grow and thrive in this valley. Harmful and narrow personal responsibility narratives have led so many to conclude that more education, financial literacy, and other prescribed self-improvement programs are universal policy solutions to racialized and systemic economic inequality, and that people living in poverty cannot be trusted to make responsible decisions with unrestricted cash. With your approval, we will counter that narrative and provide a fully flexible resource for Santa Clara's youth to use as they best see fit as they transition and develop into young adults. From housing to overall well-being, guaranteed income reduces volatility and provides stability for residents. I believe that guaranteed income is this generation's extension of the safety net, following in the path of programs such as Social Security, child labor laws, 40-hour work weeks and weekends, and collective bargaining. Our county has invested in former foster youth in the past through basic income pilot programs, and we have a special opportunity right now to expand this work to include students finishing high school in partnership with Senator Dave Cortese. During his time on the Board of Supervisors, then Supervisor Cortese worked with county staff to create the first UBI pilot utilizing county funds. Currently, the senator is working at the state level to secure funding for a pilot to establish a new 3-month guaranteed basic income pilot program under which unhoused high school students would receive unconditional cash payments that would then ideally be scaled statewide. So today, I would like us to continue our county's commitment to improving outcomes for youth and young adults in partnership with Senator Cortese's office, should his funding request be approved in the state budget. That's my motion, and I respectfully ask for a second.
Second.
Thank you. I've got a second by Supervisor Chavez. We don't have any speakers on this item. Comments by supervisors. Dave, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was item 12 that just passed. 13 was handled on consent, as was 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Bear with me just a minute. 21, 22, 23, 24. This brings us to a report from our county executive, Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Have two issues to talk about today. One is related to our budget that was just approved. We are in the process of reviewing the approved state budget and changes in legislation at the federal level in order to delineate the impact that that will have on either this year or future years. We will come back with you to give you more details about that once we've been able to complete the analysis. We are seeing some delay in cash flow from the state related to Medi-Cal and Medicare funding, which will cause a bit of a cash flow problem at VMC, although at this point, it doesn't look like it'll be severe. We anticipate that the changes with the legislation at the federal level expanding and continuing the expanded Medi-Cal eligibility will end up allowing us to provide more care to our patients and also increase funding in the future, although it will be delayed until 2026 at least. The second issue that I wanted to talk about has to do with the board's request in the past to have a regular update on the employees who are on administrative leave due to their high-risk roles. Currently, there are 111 in this situation, 87 of which are classified staff, 24 of which are unclassified, meaning they're either extra help or per diem. The numbers have come down a little bit since the last board meeting. One individual has left county employment. One individual has come into compliance, and 3 individuals were unclassified and their jobs ended. As was mentioned, because of recent litigation and injunction, we're no longer able to treat the two groups of exemptions differently. Therefore, we are limited in what we can do to find alternate job placements. However, we are documenting and collating every response that we've had from the 111, and we'll be able to give that to you at the next board meeting. That's probably all I need to say about that. So for questions?
Yes, Supervisor Submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Smith, 2 issues. One, I wonder if you could give us an update on the status of efforts to secure space in the North County for a health clinic. You had some good news for us some while ago, however, about identifying a site in on the border of Mountain View and Palo Alto, if I recall. At one point, I had anticipated a need for formal action by our board to move forward in June. Then it was July, then it was August. I know these things sometimes drag on. Could you give us some clarity and hopefully a little bit of certainty about where things stand and what timeline we're on, please?
Yes, we are in agreement with the owner at the Middlefield Road property to modify the building in order to develop a clinic. The programming for the building has been finished, meaning identification of which services go where and which services will be offered. The intent is to have a full service clinic. Once that's done, the property owner will develop a financial plan for the tenant improvements, which he'll be responsible for, but will obviously pay for. And that will determine the details of the lease financials. So the lease has been written, except for plugging in the financials. And we anticipate that we'll be able to get in front of the board in October with all of the details and the financials. And we do have money set aside in the budget to pay for it. So at this point, it's a matter of figuring out how much the tenant improvements will cost and building that into the contract.
Great, thank you very much. I'll have follow-up, Mr. Chairman, at our Health and Hospital Committee meeting. Want to just surface that for staff so they know it's coming. But since this is not an agendized item today, I won't pursue it further except say thank you. Appreciate the status report and the update. The second question I had for Dr. Smith has to do with a somewhat obscure item, but I'm hoping that he and his office can be helpful. When I came on the board back on the board some years ago now, we had some very helpful, useful data that was already in place on our websites that identified demographic information, population figures and demographic information for each of the 5 districts. And I was intrigued to note that I actually got comments from people at times that they had looked at the data. We're now well into 2022 and the data has remained unchanged, notwithstanding the 2020 census and notwithstanding the fact that we represent different, in my case, different cities as a result of the reapportionment, redistricting, I should say, by our board. We've struggled a bit to determine how to get that information updated. Dr. Smith, could I ask you to see if we can get that information updated and corrected to reflect both the current census and the current district boundaries? And could we get that done, by the end of September? Is that possible?
I think we'll be able to do that. I checked into it after getting a note from your office. Apparently what happened is we're in the middle of redoing our website, the entire website, and that apparently was overlooked. So I will talk with staff to get it put back in correctly.
All right. Thank you for that. Appreciate anything you can do. As I say, I was intrigued that people were interested and actually liked having access to that information. I just like to make sure that what we're sharing is current and correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Smith, I am very interested in the responses to the concerns that employees who are on administrative leave have now. And I know you responded a little bit to the issue about how we manage the, based on the lawsuits, how we're managing those folks. But I am interested in just a bigger question about when are our employees going to be able to come back to work?
Dr. Smith.
Well, the employees that are currently on the 111 that are currently on administrative leave are working in high-risk areas such as the jail and the hospital. And we're seeing outbreaks of COVID in the jail, both with inmates and with staff. And we obviously have an obligation to try to make that as safe an environment as possible. The other environment that we need to make safe or continue to make safe is the hospital. So right now we're at a steady state, which you'll hear about later on in the discussion of COVID, but the numbers are higher than they have been. We have good evidence that vaccinations have reduced the lethality of the disease, and but it's still spreading pretty rapidly, and the community spread is higher than it has been in the past with large spikes. So vaccinations are a critical component of the prevention as well as masking. So we're still strongly recommending masking, still mandating vaccinations, and internal masking was one of the strong recommendations from the CDC this week. So I don't see that changing, nor the mandate of vaccinations.
So I understand the masking, and I understand us implementing continued testing. I think that's just good practice. I am concerned that we have that you know, based on what you're saying, Dr. Smith, that the lethality issue is really focused on the employee that comes back that's unvaccinated. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
I probably didn't say it properly, Dr. Smith. Thank you for that. What I was asking is that is the point you're raising about the vaccination, which I concur, you know, it's reducing lethality and recognize the importance of the vaccination. So not disagreeing at all there. But what I just want to be clear about is that the approach that's being taken right now, therefore, is in protection of the individual employee versus the people around them that are fully vaccinated and boosted.
Well, it's both. And in the hospital, it's the patients. In the jail, it's the inmates who have no other choice to where they, you know, they're there against their will.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Smith. I think when we talk about this as part of the COVID report, I may have some follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. I understand and support from the very beginning our COVID policies have all been about saving lives, minimizing fatalities. I'm interested to just hear your thoughts, Dr. Smith, on whether you anticipate any point, sorry, let me back up for a minute. The balance that we're talking about is people's livelihoods. That the pursuit of this policy has kept folks out of work for a very long period of time. And we are putting people at risk of homelessness and the deterioration of numerous social determinants of health. So I'm wondering at what point you might consider COVID to become a personal risk issue as opposed to a community health issue. And do you have metrics or statistics that will trigger a change in policy? Let me pause there.
Well, I think in the normal environment, it is already becoming a personal choice issue. And that's why the vaccine mandate really affects only individuals that are working in high-risk environments. But in the high-risk environments, we do have an obligation to our patients and to our inmates and to those individuals who are employees who are locked in with the inmates, and nurses and doctors who are in a position where they're coming into close contact with individuals who might be infected.
Right.
We're looking at the spread of the virus carefully. There's rumors that we'll have a multivariant vaccine in the fall that will be particularly directed at Omicron. We're looking at the variants that are coming up and aware. Some of the variants are very much more lethal than previous variants, but they have not dominated our population yet. So we're looking at those numbers, and we're also looking at the outbreaks in the jail and looking at workers' comp claims from other individuals who are employed in high-risk areas. And those three factors will determine when we get a recommendation to loosen the requirements.
I hope that one of the factors as well is the well-being of our employees who are on unpaid leave for such a significant amount of time, and perhaps other considerations might be made, whether it's, wearing more stringent PPE or something else. We really need to think about this in a full circle way. Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised by supervisors, so we'll consider that report received from our county executive. And board members, my intention is to break at 12:15 today, have a 45-minute lunch, resume at 1 o'clock for our COVID report from public health. That was 25. We now move on to 26. Mr. James Williams, our county counsel.
At the August 15th, 2022 closed session by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to file litigation against the California Department of Health Care Services, challenging the final determination under Assembly Bill 85 of the fiscal year 2019-2020 redirection amount for the county. AB 85 provides a mechanism for the state to redirect health realignment funding otherwise allocable to counties back to the state. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I don't see any hands raised by supervisors. We'll consider that report received. That was 26. We now move on to item number 27. Consider recommendations relating to the activation of video security cameras at the Muriel Wright Treatment Center. And I should have Sherry and Doug here, I'm guessing. I see Sherry.
Hi, good afternoon, President Wasserman and
I
members
see Doug and Samuel. Yes, hi, Sherry, welcome.
Hi, Doug Feliciano will be providing the report today.
Thank you, and Doug, thank you very much for providing us the information prior, which I know we've all read. And if we can have a short report from you, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, board members and Dr. Smith. This item is the request to activate the security cameras that are installed at the Muriel Wright Treatment Center, which also encompasses our Sheriff's Office, Parks Division, as well as the Parks Volunteer Department. The cameras are already installed. They just need to be activated.
Thank you very much for that report. We don't have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what I'm going to do is ask, after we have a very brief discussion, that items 27 and 28 be continued to our next meeting. And the reason for that is I've got a couple of concerns, which I shared earlier today with staff. And I think they can be addressed. Colleagues, this has been an iterative process, as I know you've all seen and heard, as we've slowly but steadily refined our policies, and I thank staff for that. But issues continue to emerge. Some of them are new, some of them are things that simply didn't get called out earlier in the process. Two issues, and I will just speak to them generally here, if I may, Mr. Chair, and then I can just move to continue on the next item as well without comment. One is a very simple one, and I would ask that the use policies indicate that the signage, which I think is a very helpful and important piece of this, letting people know that they are going to be subject to camera surveillance, that the signage that is referenced in the use policies has to be up before the activation. If we could ask that that be explicit in the policies, I think that would be helpful. I'm just concerned that people in their rush turn the cameras on and somehow the signs never make their way to provide the public with notice that their privacy has been somewhat compromised in this way. And the second, colleagues, goes more to this issue of who has access to footage. And I understand that in some cases, We've got multiple departments or agencies involved. But just as an example, on the Muriel Wright facility, I'm looking at the surveillance use policy, and we have the Behavioral Health Services Director has access, the Behavioral Health Services Division Director responsible for the treatment facility has access, the contracts on-site manager and assistant manager has access. So does the facility security and director of facility, the director of facility security and the director of facility security's written designees, sheriffs do, assistant sheriffs do, lieutenants do, sergeants do, deputies assigned to Park Security Department do. You get the gist. It goes on. And the greater concern, frankly, is that in most, not all of these, but probably 10 of these various folks then have the ability to provide access to, quote, their written designees without any limitation whatsoever. So, my concern is that public behavior caught on these cameras not become the stuff of sport or viewing pleasure by folks who are not following the policies. I think that's a very limited number, obviously, given the responsible employees we've got. But I think one way to curtail that would be to try and put some greater specificity around just who and how many written designees there are, because literally this could be hundreds, if not thousands, if you take it to its illogical extreme. We do have some good language that we pulled in earlier about trying to keep the number of designees to a reasonable minimum, but I think this is a series of loopholes that's closable and should be closed. So I'm just going to ask that staff address that when they come back. I think two things that are obvious, and I hope there are others that are really defining and limiting. Two things that are obvious are that when there's an audit, that the folks who have been given written permission to view is identified and summarized in the audit that's called out. And then we have an annual report that we receive yearly, obviously, since it's an annual report. And it would be helpful if we specifically provided that the name and number of these folks who has been given written authorization to access the data be included in that annual report. So those are just two, I'll call them exhortations, suggestions, as well as the signage matter, which I think is a simple one. And I'll ask that we continue item 27 to our next meeting in order to give staff time to tweak the documents, which have come a long way in the last few years that we've been working on these issues. That's my motion.
Thank you, Supervisor. I think that's more than suggestion. I think that's direction. If you would agree that that's your request, that those things are addressed. And once they are addressed, these two items be brought back to the soonest agenda meeting possible. Is that correct summary?
That's fine. If I'm going to turn them, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you.
If I'm going to turn those into specific direction as part of the motion, I would then also direct staff to find some way to explicitly limit the number of folks, just because, as I say, right now, it could literally be scores, hundreds, or thousands. If you take
so to limit the access and to post the public signs. Those are the two items?
Yes, but the access limitation is also includes the requirement for a listing in the audit and in the annual report.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Kretcher.
Hi, thank you. I just had one clarifying question, Supervisors Committee, and I believe this is being held for items 27 and 28, and the surveillance use policy on 28 is already approved. Are you asking for an amended countywide security camera policy?
If that's what it takes, then I would suggest that as well, yes. But if you have some desire to move forward on item number 28, for time reasons, I understand that we have an existing policy, and I would not be adverse to making taking the action on item 28 at our next board meeting, if that's possible, and then having you come back within 3 months with the amendment to the larger scale. And thank you for the question. As I said earlier, Mr. Chair, this is an iterative process, has been for a while, probably still will be, but every day in every way, we're getting a little closer to almost perfection. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretcher, I have a question for you. I thought what you were saying was you understood 27, the modifications that Supervisor Simitian was requesting, and you were suggesting that 28 could go as is. Supervisor Simitian, did you wish to hold 28 as well?
I do, and I will speak to that if you like when we get to 28, unless we have combined these items, in which case I can speak to it now, or I can just.
No, please speak to it now. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if I understood Mr. Kretcher's question and helpful comment, he's reminding me, that 27 is a sort of a standalone. And so I think the direction there is pretty clear. 28 is part and parcel of a previously approved county-wide document. And what I'm saying is I'd like to see these minor amendments as I see them made before we approve 28, and then have them come back on a larger county-wide tweak or fix. If it's just easier from staff's perspective not to take action in a couple of weeks on 28 and wait for the county-wide fix, including 28, that's fine by me. I don't have a preference. I'm trying to accommodate whatever operational needs may or may not exist about moving forward.
Mr. Kretcher, the ball's back in your court.
Well, for clarification, I think 28 is the countywide and 27 is the mural. So that would be, I think the question is whether we're going to approve 28 and or do 3 months and come back on that. I wouldn't be able to speak to the need of getting approval on the acquisition for 28. Maybe Doug would be able to answer that question.
Mr. Feliciano.
They both can be held. The need is not imperative right now.
Okay, so the motion is to hold both. My request, Supervisor Simitian, would be that they be brought back with your requested modifications as soon as possible. And I would hope that is much sooner than 2 to 3 months. Do you agree with that?
I do. I was anticipating that 27 could come back in a couple of weeks, but I think just to provide the flexibility that you've described, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to ask that these items be continued and returned to the board with amendments as directed at the earliest opportunity, consistent with staff's best judgment.
And that was your motion, and I'm seconding what you just said.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we do have a speaker, David. Please let that person in for 2 minutes.
1 moment while we get the timer set up.
Thank you. Mr. Kretcher, your hand is still raised. Did you have an additional comment to make?
No, my apologies.
Okay, Supervisor Simitian, same with your hand?
Likewise.
Both down. David, go for it.
Next speaker is Milad Arabic. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead. Milad, I'm going to ask you to unmute one more time. Once more. Looks like, oh, that person has now lowered their hand. So we have no speakers on this item, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we've got a motion. We have a second. Let's have a roll call vote, David.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Simitian, aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. So that
Thank you.
took care of 27 and 28. My goal was 12:15. We would break for lunch until 1 o'clock. It's basically 12:15 right now, and I don't see another item that would take 60 seconds. So we are going to break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock, at which point we're going to take up items 8 and 9 that had a time certain no earlier than 1 o'clock. After 8 and 9, we'll get back on the horse and we'll be at number 29. David, do you agree?
I do, sir.
Thank you very much. Supervisors, any other comments you wish to make? Seeing none, this meeting is on break, and I'll see you all at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Dr. Smith, we can see the slides. Are you doing that just as a test, or do you want to have it up for when the meeting resumes?
Hello?
Dr. Smith, I wanted to check, did you want to just do those slides as a test, or did you want to have them up for when the meeting restarts?
Welcome back, Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Rhonda. There you go. See Vice President Ellenberg. So Vice President, as I'm looking at you, is that
Recording in progress.
is that painting with the sun over your left shoulder or your right shoulder?
This is my left shoulder.
So it's over your left shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a painting, actually. It's a chalk collage made by kids at Luther Burbank School.
Oh, really? How beautiful.
It is.
Mr. President, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks.
David, we're recording now. In a minute or two when we resume the meeting, if you'll please take a roll call vote just to reestablish our quorum.
Will do as soon as everyone's here.
Thank you.
All right.
Do, 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 do.
I'm not sure if Supervisor Chavez is logged back in, but I believe everyone else is here.
All righty, Supervisor Chavez, are you there? I'm gonna go to my view, gallery. I see Supervisor Simidian, Supervisor Ellenberg. David, do you see Supervisor Lee?
I do. He is here in the room.
Okay, thank you. I will text Supervisor Chavez. Do.
I just heard from District 2's the District 2 office. She is getting on right now.
Thank you very much. And we'll have speakers speak after the presentation, David.
Understood. Looks like Supervisor Chavez is now logged in.
Wonderful. Will you please take a roll call to establish a quorum?
Supervisor Lee.
Lee present.
Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Simidian.
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg.
I'm here.
And President Wasserman.
Here as well. Thank you, David. With that, we are going to do, as I said, we're going to start with item number 8 to receive a report from our public health officer who has her package there on our screen. Go right ahead, Dr. Cody.
Good afternoon. Good to be with you. I will give you a brief update on both COVID and monkeypox. So to start.
Oh, Dr. Cody, we lost you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. So to start with our first slide where we usually start, the epidemic curve, looking back over now, almost closing in on 3 years. And you can see at the far right, we are still in our 6th wave. It was a high and extended plateau that is just now beginning to ease. And it's been driven by a variety of different variants, very infectious ones. And now, as we'll see later, it's mostly B5, one of the Omicron subvariants. In the next slide, this is just a zoom in so you can see where we've been since May. And you can see how we stayed at that very high level for quite a while. So we still are at a high level of community transmission. And remember, this is underreporting because these are just those who got PCR tests that were reported to us. But the trends, I think, are very consistent. In the next slide, this shows our wastewater data, which confirms what we see in our case data. And you can see that across all 4 sewer sheds, we are seeing the level of SARS-CoV-2 beginning to fall across all sewer sheds. But I just want to say that they're still high. They're about where we were in early May. The next slide shows how this has translated to hospitalizations. These are people who are hospitalized with COVID. So that's anyone who comes into the hospital with a positive COVID test, whether they're there for COVID illness or for some other reason. And they still remain on the high side, but stable, and now maybe just beginning to trend down.
And Dr. Cody, if I may, on the prior screen, what was the date on the far left?
The date on the far left would have been sometime, that would have been January 27. No, I'm sorry. The date on the far left, that's a good, I'm not sure, we can get back to you. I think that would have been sometime in late 2020.
Okay, is there any reason the chart doesn't go back to say February or March of 2020 when all this started?
No, just that the farther we zoom out, the harder it is to see what's happening now.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. So these show the deaths by week since the beginning of the pandemic. A total of 2,416 residents of our county have died in the pandemic to date. You can see that the curve is relatively flat now. So it's up a little bit, but staying flat, which is reassuring. The vaccinations, you can see our vaccinations over time since we first started offering vaccine in late December 2020, and they've really tapered off. I think most groups who are eligible either for vaccination or for booster or for second booster, by and large have come and been vaccinated. We still have a steady but small flow of people coming in for vaccines. So a quick update on the booster to address the Omicron variant. Both Moderna and Pfizer are currently undergoing trials for a bivalent, a new booster that would target both the original strain, like the current vaccines, as well as the BA4 and BA5 subvariants. And so we anticipate we're going to hear more about these soon and maybe have some available this fall. The Moderna update has already been approved in the UK, but my understanding is that that UK update is against the original Omicron strain, the BA1. So wouldn't be BA4 and BA5. And I think on a global level, this is a little bit challenging and confusing to have different kinds of boosters offered in different countries. So next, I'm just going to give you a little date on Mpox. We're now calling it Mpox rather than monkeypox, and I'll touch on that in a moment, but Mpox. So what's important to know about Mpox? What do we know about the current outbreak? How does this virus spread? Which communities are we seeing being disproportionately affected? And what has been our response in Santa Clara County? So I'll just touch on each of these and then open it up for your questions. So what do we know about Mpox? So this virus has been, was first identified in the 1950s, but prior to this year, it's been pretty rare and just limited to some parts of Central and Western Africa. But earlier this year, a slightly different strain began to spread to many countries, countries where previously there had been no Mpox at all. The interesting thing about this new strain is it causes much less severe disease and the fatality rate is much lower. So it is a different strain than the usual one that circulates. The virus was initially named monkeypox because it was the first identified in lab monkeys, but it's likely to be renamed by the WHO for a number of reasons. It's not descriptive and the name is problematic in many communities. So we're in the state of California, we're calling it Mpox and writing it NPX. It's similar to smallpox and it causes a very distinct rash, but the disease is much less severe than smallpox. And just to give you a really zoomed out sense of what we're seeing, just to give you some updated numbers from when I put together the slides, as of yesterday, 36,580 cases in 92 countries, 85 of which don't normally report Mpox. And there's been 12 deaths worldwide, just five of them in these quote new countries that didn't previously report. And in the United States, which has more cases than any other country, in the world. And now almost 12,000 cases reported, and most of those are in New York, followed by California and Florida. There have not been any deaths in the US to date. So how is this virus spread? Well, it's primarily spread by direct physical skin-on-skin contact with someone who has an active rash, a rash that hasn't scabbed over, or body fluids from a person with the infection. So it's not a sexually transmitted infection per se, but of course it can spread during sexual activity because of skin-on-skin contact. And rarely it can spread in two other ways, and that's by touching contaminated objects or surfaces or through respiratory droplets. But what I want to emphasize is that so far, we're really not seeing this pattern much. And so we don't think this is a significant contributor to the cases that we're seeing right now. Overwhelmingly, the vast majority are through that close skin-on-skin contact. So the communities most affected now, again, it's really anyone who has skin-on-skin contact with someone with an Mpox rash. And in the US and other countries, the virus was first introduced into a social network of men who have sex with men. And that's where we're currently seeing the vast majority of cases. So over 90% of the cases in the US are within this community. And in Santa Clara County, among our 90 cases so far, about 90% are also among men who have sex with men. And they're mostly young, average age in the mid-30s. And over half are in the Hispanic Latino community. Of our cases so far, 8 have been hospitalized, and we've, of course, had no deaths, as there's not been any in the state of the country. So in contrast, what's circulating in Africa right now, the pattern looks quite different. It's mostly among heterosexual people. And as I mentioned before, it's a different strain, and it causes much more severe illness and a higher fatality rate. Next slide. So our response in Santa Clara County, some of this will look familiar to you. We focused on testing, case and contact investigation, a lot of deep collaboration with organizations in our county serving the LGBTQ+ community, which has been extraordinarily important for outreach and education to get highest risk people in for vaccination. We stood up a call center to help with these efforts. Our pharmacy team has mobilized treatment and vaccines, which are coming through the state as they did with COVID, and then getting those out to our healthcare partners as well as through our own county system. And to manage all that, we have activated a formal incident command system in the public health department at low level. And this allows us to mobilize staff across our infectious disease branch. And we're really toggling between our COVID response and our Mpox response and other important programs in public health. The vaccine strategy, so just to update this slide, outdated fairly quickly, as of today, 3,346 vaccinations have been administered across the county between healthcare system partners, our county sites, and our public health clinics. So the current focus, of course, is on the highest risk group of men and trans people who have sex with other men and trans people, particularly those with multiple partners. So that's the group of people who we're most concerned about and anxious to bring in for a vaccine. And we have, I think, over a dozen different organizations that have partnered with us to help sign people up. We reserve spots to do outreach and then sign them in a various ways. I think that is all I have for my formal comments, and I'm happy to take questions on either topic.
You're muted, sir.
Thank you. I'll repeat that. Thank you, Dr. Cody. I appreciate that and lots of new information for us. Board members, if you don't mind, we've got 7 members from the public that wish to speak. We'll hear from them first and then board questions. Is that all right? Yep, looking good. David, if you can allow, well, let's give the speakers a chance. We're having a little jump here. And those that wish to speak. Anybody wishing to speak on this item regarding COVID and public health office, please register electronically at this time.
Supervisor, we should also note that we have kept track of those that spoke during public comment, and we will not be allowing those people to speak again during this item.
Thank you. That keeps everything fair to everyone. That said, 1 minute each, please, for the speakers.
1 moment, please, while we get the timer up. The next speaker is Lydia. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, unvaccinated.
Lydia,
all
you've
new
got
low for Jeff.
Lydia, stop the timer, please, David. Lydia, you've got a real echoing where you are. I don't know if you can turn to a different angle as far as your speaker goes, but please try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I hate to be the one to expose the ugly lies and that you board of supervisors have been made fools of in regards to Jeff Smith stringing you along, telling you he was helping us find new jobs. And now we find out his intentions were never there. He never helped us. As the injunction, he said himself, the injunction prevents them from returning to work, the medical exempted. And also, he is no longer to treat us and medical exemptions unequally. And it's a shame because as we're finding out, COVID is rampant all over the hospitals. There's sick calls everywhere. And I'm just going to read something here I found today. 1 Timothy chapter 4, now the Spirit speaks expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies in hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with.
Next speaker is Karen. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
I wanted to speak in regards to COVID.
Yes.
Yes. So I think it's wrong that the unvaccinated are still being discriminated against. Even the CDC came out with new guidelines saying that vaccinated and unvaccinated should be treated the same. And this is not just in Santa Clara County, but through the community colleges and UC and many other public institutions. This is hurting people. This is contributing to more inequity because, as we know, minorities are less inoculated than others. So Santa Clara County needs to step up and end this discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Lori. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this opportunity to express my concern. I am an unvaccinated nurse at BMC who was granted a religious exemption from the county, but continues to be on leave without pay for the past 9 months, with no attempt from the county to accommodate me or anybody else I know. Because of the county's discriminatory tier system, I have been prevented from working, yet Stanford, Kaiser, and Good Sam have kept their unvaccinated nurses employed and working this entire time. The CDC website currently states that the COVID vaccine only protects against severe illness, but does not stop transmission, and that current guidelines moves us to a point where COVID-19 no longer severely disrupts our daily lives. Yet Santa Clara County, led by you, the Board of Supervisors, continues to discriminate and punish unvaccinated county employees based on outdated science, outdated policies, and outdated information. Stop your unjust treatment of the unvaccinated and return us to our jobs. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alan Kamara. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisor. This is Alan Kamara from RMPA. I want to renew our invitation again to all of you to come and tour with us and tour the facility, the hospitals, to see. The last time Dr. Smith stated that there is no nursing shortage, and we want you to come. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors who send their staff to come tour with our nurses, and I'm pretty sure you heard a lot. We just don't want to create a confusion to the community to say that we don't have a nursing shortage, but yet the county keep asking for travelers. In your next board, you're going to see a county making a referral to extend travelers within our county. This send confusion to our nurses to say you support them when we have 42 nurses who are unvaccinated outside, who are willing to come back and work and help with staffing. Our nurse working force, we are tired and exhausted. We need your help. When is this going to end? And we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sharon Luna. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Sharon, are you there? Can I ask you to unmute one more time, Sharon? It looks like you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Sharon, are you there? Okay, we are unable to hear Sharon. I'm going to lower Sharon's hand. Sharon, if you want to try again, we can try this at the end of public comment on this item. Next speaker is Paula Maddox. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm an employee for Santa Clara County. I just want to try to figure out why we're not following these CDC guidelines for the unvaccinated. I support them 100%. They come to work every day. They wear their N95 masks. They're testing. Why are we still separating? Why are we not now bringing this up today? I believe they should be treated fairly. There should be no more N95 masks. They should be able to wear a regular cloth mask, whatever mask everybody else wears. There should be no testing based on the new CDC guidelines as it indicates. Unless you're sick and you should stay home, test then and see if you're okay to return to work at some point. The virus will be with us for a very long time. We need to learn to live with it, and we just need to be educated about it and make the right decisions for each one of us as our health, regarding our health.
Next speaker is Suzanne Nichols. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Suzanne. When we won our injunction ordering the county to halt discrimination based on religion, I knew that the response by Santa Clara County powers that be would not be to accommodate or attempt to accommodate us. I knew that Santa Clara County would stop accommodating medical exemptions. It deeply saddens me that the county response is to not honor an individual's constitutional rights, but rather to discriminate against more people. I want to remind you that the Board of Supervisors, as the Board of Supervisors, you are ultimately the powers that be. You are the county response. So while you let Jeff Smith and Sarah Cody and whoever else is defining policy run amok and trample on our rights, the buck stops with you. I also want to address that most hospitals are accommodating nurses and health staff in light of the nursing shortage. To reiterate what Alan said, there is definitely a nursing shortage, which for some reason, Jeff.
Next speaker is Rosie Moreno. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rosie. I'm a county employee. I'm back on here to continue to ask that the Board of Supervisors pressure the county to align with California state health orders, dissolve the risk tier system, and allow all remaining unvaccinated county employees to return to work. We continue to discuss high numbers in hospitalizations, yet the vast majority in the county are vaccinated and boosted. The county has already discussed how the masks are only effective for the wearer. CDC guidelines have loosened up, so the county's fear-mongering narrative to keep unvaccinated employees out of work is crumbling. Please help us make the changes. Everyone else around us is moving on except for the county. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alex Bruni. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Alex, are you there? We're going to ask you to unmute. Alex is not unmuting. We'll move on.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Melanie Nguyen. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Melanie, are you there? I'm going to ask you
Can
to
you
unmute.
hear me?
Go
There
ahead.
we go. Yep.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Melanie, and I was placed on unpaid admin leave back on November 1st of last year for refusing to get vaccinated. I was from considered a hero to a zero now. No reasonable accommodations were given. Only medical exemptions were initially being accommodated, and coworkers were reassigned jobs. However, with the recent court injunctions, the county was mandated to treat both medical and religious exemptions the same. So the county decided no one would get reasonable accommodations. Santa Clara County prides itself for having high vaccination rates, yet still complains about the high number of outbreaks and hospitalizations. I urge the BOS to investigate. Please do your job. You have the ability to force Santa Clara County to align with the California state health orders, dissolve the risk tier system, and allow all the remain unvaccinated county employees to return to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Bren Perez. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I mean, there is probably nothing I could say that the Board of Supervisors don't already know, but maybe the public doesn't. How short-staffed the jails are to where they're running so low that it's unsafe for inmates and for staff. Like, we have policies and procedures in place where it states that you cannot operate at a certain number. It doesn't matter. They don't care. So I so feel for the nurses. They're short staffed. Just know that it's everywhere. And I think that's the excuse you're going to use, that everybody's short staffed. But you have to be held accountable. Like, you really thought that by putting us on paid leave, that was it. You were just going to get rid of us and that was it. But it's karma. Everything comes back, and you have to be held accountable for letting that injustice happen to us. I really hope the public knows that it's very unsafe, and the people that are suffering the most is the public.
Next speaker is Meg D. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Please let what we are saying not fall on deaf ears. The Board of Supervisors has time and time again not held Sarah Cody and Jeff Smith accountable for their actions or lack of. There is no reason why those with religious exemptions can't be in their original positions. Almost all other hospitals in the Bay Area have allowed people with religious exemptions to continue to work. I have been with Valley Medical for over 13 years, worked during the pandemic, and then thrown out like trash and treated with such indignity. We have been telling you to recognize what science now shows. Natural immunity is real. Asymptomatic people don't need testing, and vaccinated and unvaccinated people should not be treated differently. Not once have I been attempted to be accommodated in another position. It is so disappointing and frustrating to see the lack of empathy and inaction while we suffer. The county has refused to align with the state, and now I suspect it will not align with the CDC, what the CDC is saying as well.
Next speaker is Linda Edwards. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a wonderful summer. I've had some time off from the Board of Supervisors meetings, and I hope you'll enjoy the summer. I did. I went to many events, and it was nice to see people out and about without masks, enjoying themselves, socializing, having fun, and enjoying life as normal, whether it's ball games, county fairs, or concerts in the park. I would like to respectfully ask that the Board of Supervisors work with aligning the Santa Clara County with the new CDC guidelines for COVID. Let's stop testing asymptomatic people. That includes in hospitals, which just falsely raises the quantity of people being marked as having COVID in hospitals. That's not why they're showing up to the hospital. They're just there when they happen to test positive. Let's start treating everybody vaxxed or unvaxxed the same. Stop discriminating. Ask the people just wear whatever mask they want when they want to wear it. Those of us that work for the county are being held prisoners by the never-ending requirements that are recommended by the public health director.
Next speaker is a phone caller ending in 246. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Phone caller, I'm going to ask you to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Looks
Thanks,
like
Dave.
you are unmuted. Oh, they just muted themselves again. Try that one more time, please. Okay, your mic is open. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Hedges, and I'm really disappointed in the Department of Public Health because they've made it illegal for any business to require masks, and that means that because I rent my apartment, I'm not allowed to require apartment staff or contractors to wear masks when they work in my apartment. And my manager can't give me a reasonable accommodation because it's illegal, according to the county. That's what my manager told me. And I want to feel safe in my home, even if it's a rental, even if I don't own it. This is ridiculous. Thank you. Oh, also, the county should test people for Mpox if they have lesions, even if they're not men having sex with men. Thank you.
Next speaker is Silvana Casali. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm sure you've all heard of the boy who cried wolf. I'm shocked that Sarah Cody is spending time on monkeypox. 12 deaths in the entire world, 0 in the United States. It just doesn't build on any credibility whatsoever for you to be using taxpayer money on this item. It's just shocking. And all the public is calling in, just, you know, completely mystified as to why the Santa Clara County officers are still, the board are still not even adhering to what the CDC is saying. It's just nuts. And we're not doing fair anymore. So please put our money where we deserve our money to be placed into health. More shots don't work. They just don't work.
We're missing the last part. All right.
Next speaker is Aaron. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Alrighty. So yesterday I called in during public comment to discuss the changes to the CDC guidelines regarding COVID. And after discussing those things, Dr. Smith came on and stated that that actually was not accurate and the CDC had not changed their guidelines regarding masking. Nobody's talking about masking. The CDC guidelines have changed. They state those exposed to the virus are no longer required to quarantine. Unvaccinated people now have the same guidance as vaccinated. Students can stay in classrooms after being exposed to the virus, and it is no longer recommended to screen those without symptoms. We are asking that Santa Clara County follow those same guidelines, which would mean to eliminate special masking for unvaccinated people and to eliminate testing. That's all we're asking for. People should be allowed to return to work. It's pretty clear that it's not the unvaccinated that are causing ongoing transmission and that anybody at any time can get COVID. So that's what we're asking, is for them to follow CDC guidelines. And we ask that you all.
We're going to circle back around to Alex Bruni one more time. Alex, you are unmuted. You have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
For 2 years, we've been told to follow the science, that the CDC recommendations are our guiding light. Recently, as the last caller stated, the CDC has issued new guidelines and recommendations. The CDC recommends treating vaccinated and unvaccinated the same, to stop testing asymptomatic personnel. The CDC no longer requires or recommends quarantine after an exposure. So I ask, if we are following the science and following CDC guidelines, then why is Santa Clara County not now deciding to not follow the CDC guidelines? Make this make sense. Thank you.
Mr. President, the remaining individual with their hand up spoke during public comment about COVID, so we're going to lower that person's hand, and that will conclude our public speakers.
All right, David, thank you very much. This is to receive a report before we move on to item number 9. Any questions from board members? Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Dr. Cody and others. I'm interested in what information you might have regarding vaccinations of young children, the 0 to 5 group, now that they're eligible, and whether you think there may be a need for additional partnership with First 5 or child care providers or others to reach those families.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the vaccination rates among the under 5s, the 6 months to 4 years old, the uptake has not been that brisk. So just about a little under 16% of that age group have received at least one dose, and just 9% have received 2 doses. And this is in spite of quite a bit of outreach and education and PIO time and effort to educate and bring parents in. I think part of it may be that for other, maybe parents are looking at maybe their children have were infected prior to the vaccine becoming available and they want to wait. Or maybe there's some other reason, but our experience is shared by surrounding counties and across the state.
And can you tell me how in the PIO and the education efforts, has there been direct outreach to childcare providers, county office of ed, First Five, in any of those other entities that particularly serve that population?
I don't have all of those details, so I can't tell you for sure. I know more about the mass media advertising, but I'll follow up.
Okay, thank you very much. If you could share an off-agenda report as to what the outreach has looked like, the direct outreach, perhaps each of the supervisors can be helpful in our districts or sharing other opportunities to get the word out.
Sure.
I also had a question regarding the MPOX. You mentioned that more than 3,300 doses of vaccine have been administered. Can you tell us a little bit about the process for distribution of the vaccine to our county? How many doses have been received to date, whether we reallocate them to our partners, and what are you expecting on the horizon for additional doses as needed?
Yeah. I don't have the exact numbers at my fingertips, but I'll give you a general sense. So the vaccine comes into the state. Los Angeles County gets a direct allocation from the federal government. All other counties receive their allocation through the state. The state has an allocation process that looks at basically it's a formula that looks at risk. And then we receive our allocation. Our allocation compared to other non-LA counties, I think, has been pretty fair. If you compare it with LA, it sure looks a little wonky. And it comes in waves. So we've received a couple allocations so far. And then if we use all of our allocation, then the future allocations, we could get more or less depending on our sort of our burn rate. Also similar to early on in COVID, what we are doing is the majority of the vaccine we're giving out through county sites, and some of the vaccine we're allocating to healthcare system partners who have told us that they want to be vaccinators and they're ready to go. What we don't want is to send it to a healthcare system if they're not ready and then have the vaccine sitting if we could have been getting it out more quickly to people at highest risk.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we're giving it out, for example, at our expo site and soon, if not currently, at our South County and North County site.
Great. And could you share just finally for the public, for people that are concerned that they may have been exposed, how exactly do they access testing? And do we have sufficient capacity for testing anybody that would request?
Yes. Thank you for the testing question. So we have testing in our public health laboratory, but the good news is that most large commercial labs now also offer testing. So a patient could go to their regular healthcare provider, and if they have a concerning rash, their provider can swab the rash and use the commercial laboratory that they normally use, because most commercial labs do have a test. So
and if
testing,
they don't,
yeah.
And if their insurance is Medi-Cal, or Medicaid, they come to the county facility as they would for other health issues?
Yes, and we can test.
Do they have to have you said if they have the rash, they can be tested. So if they suspect that they've been exposed but are not manifesting a rash, they don't qualify for a test?
That's right. There's not, you test the rash. So there's not a test, for example, to see whether, there's not a test for saliva or something like that. And unlike COVID, where people are infectious before they have symptoms, with this virus, it seems that people aren't infectious until they have that rash. So you know if you're infectious.
Thank you. And are the tests free, whether you have county or private commercial insurance?
I really can't speak to how it's billed with commercial insurance. Certainly in the public health lab, we do those tests without charge. And I'm not exactly sure how it works in our county hospital, but I would imagine it'd be little to nominal.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Cody. That's all I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you. I'll just follow up on a couple of points that Supervisor Ellenberg raised. And that is that I think one of the best tools that we had for our during COVID was really being able to have as much data as we could up on our website. And I do think the question about insurance and access it would be nice to just make sure that all of that is up on our county website so that we can send that out as we get questions. And then just to follow up, I want to make sure I understand this. When somebody wants to get vaccinated for Mpox, are we, you said earlier we don't have a lot of vaccine. Are we having challenges meeting the needs of the folks who would like to be vaccinated now?
Yes, I would say that demand for vaccine far outstrips supply. And so our strategy is to try to reach the highest risk first, and then broaden it. So we right now, and we're also, I would say, trying to get some consistency across the Bay Area, as we always do, because we're really one big region. And so right now, men or trans people who have sex with other men or trans people and have had more than one partner in the last 14 days, that's sort of like the umbrella of the people that we're most worried about. And in addition, sex workers of any sexual orientation are also at great risk.
Thank you. And thanks for just clarifying that. And then the second, just as a follow-up, I'm sure that your team is already doing this, but the folks who are working on our human trafficking work for the county probably are going to be very important assets in terms of really doing meaningful outreach into the, especially as it relates to folks who are involved in sex work. But you're probably already talking to them. And if there's a need to connect them, I think that the contracts primarily go through the Office of Gender-Based Violence. So that might be a place to start. And then the second question that I have that's sort of a bigger question is there, how, well, if you've been exposed, is it too late to have the vaccine? You don't know if you have it yet.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the vaccine can be used in two ways. It can be used for people at high risk of exposure to get the vaccine before they're exposed. We call that, PrEP, pre-exposure prophylaxis. Or if someone has just been exposed, they can get it as PEP, post-exposure prophylaxis. So that's one of the reasons why we do case and contact investigation, because if you can identify a contact and then get the contact in for a vaccine, that can help prevent infection. It's not 100%, but it certainly reduces the chance that a contact will become infected.
And Dr. Cody, is the case, the case investigation work that we're doing now, it's more familiar to us, I imagine, than what we were having to try to do for COVID.
Right. I mean, this is, pretty standard public health practice that we would do for many different communicable diseases. COVID was different because we were trying to scale it up to, address, thousands of cases. And so this is pretty traditional public health case investigation, eliciting contacts, and then doing outreach to contacts to protect them.
And are there any changes that we're making either for and with our nonprofit partners or our healthcare partners to address MPOX specifically? And what I was really mindful of is your point about it being skin to skin contact, and it makes sense that it would be easier to spread under certain circumstances. But I wonder, does that mean anything different for the way we're preparing our medical professionals or our nonprofit partners?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question, but what I can tell you is that we have over a dozen partners that we're meeting with and educating. So they are ready and prepared with information. We offer, if they would like to become a vaccine provider, it's a little bit complicated, but they can work with our pharmacy to do that. So I think best I understand, our partners are feeling like they are getting both the information they need as well as information about how to ensure that they're the highest risk in their community can access vaccine.
Well, what I was thinking specifically is about PPE and protocols that might be necessary relative to skin on skin contact. It is just so that people understood the way it's transmitted. And part of the reason for that is I think the very, very important point you started the discussion today with is that it isn't a sexually transmitted disease per se. And so what are the implications of that for people who are service providers is really what I was trying to understand.
Yeah, I think that, professionals who provide healthcare know the basics for infection control, and anyone who comes in with an infectious rash, they would follow their general practices. Whereas I just want to emphasize something that I mentioned, which is that the major pattern that we're seeing is that prolonged close skin on skin contact between people, not so much in other routes as in soiled bedding or objects or respiratory. So yes, they would wear a mask and gloves and follow the guidelines, but I don't think they are requiring any special MPOX
training or resources.
Yeah, and MPOX specific.
Got it. That's
training.
helpful. And then back to COVID, I do want to say that I'm very interested in us continuing to get updates, both as it relates to children, as Supervisor Ellenberg asked, but also as it relates to the to who's getting boosted and just that overall number as of adults, and that's going to become particularly important if and when we get an additional vaccine that will be available, as you and Dr. Smith discussed earlier. So I very much want to see that, because I think we're going to have to do our best to keep people informed. And then lastly, I do just want to emphasize that I think that that we've moved on to another phase in both in COVID and even as it relates to, well, really, let's just say COVID for a moment. And I'm concerned just about how we're addressing the well-being of all of our community and our staff. And I want to emphasize that point that Supervisor Ellenberg raised earlier as it relates to when and how quickly we can allow people to come back to work. And I know that's a health order decision, and I know that Dr. Smith, as the CEO of the organization, makes workplace decisions. I think this is not only a concern because of strained staff, but I also just think of strained mental health and where we are in the overall phase of the health of our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Smithian.
Jump in. And,
Dr. Smith.
Couple of questions that came up in terms of billing. If patients are insured, we do bill the insurance for both the testing and the vaccine. If they're Medi-Cal, we bill Medi-Cal. If they're uninsured, we bill ourselves. So anybody gets access to it. In terms of the way that the testing is done, just for the public's information, It's different than the COVID testing or a blood test. What you actually do is you scrape the lesions and use that scraping to determine whether there's positivity or not. So it requires a little different technique. And then in terms of questions about the employees on administrative leave, as I mentioned, there's 1,100 or 111, can't talk lately, 111 total employees. There's 22 nurses and 4 LVNs, all who work in high-risk areas. And we have, just for context, we employ about 3,000 nurses and have roughly 1,000 working every day.
Got it. Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, does that do it for you? Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Cody, I want to return to the subject of COVID and the issue of boosters in particular, and try and very much sort of drill down, be narrow in my question, and simplify this as much as possible. Because we have been at this for some time now, as you alluded to earlier in your remarks, my office and I are finding we get more questions about, all right, I've done this, that, or the other, but what am I supposed to do now or next? And so let me frame the question for you this way. For adults, if we're talking about folks who have been, quote, fully vaccinated, either the 1-shot or 2-shot regimen, and then have had not 1 booster, but 2 boosters, where are they at this point in the what should they do next, if anything, category?
Well, if you're eligible for 2 boosters and you've had 2 boosters, you've done all you can on the vaccine front. But remember, as we've always talked about, there are layers of protection. That's the very important base layer. But when community levels are high, as they continue to be, you are best advised to add on additional layers. And that means putting on your mask when you're inside, or taking your activity outdoors. Or if you're going to get together indoors with a lot of other people, the test before you go strategy is still a good one. And of course, it's also helpful, if you can, to know whether you're gathering together with someone who is more vulnerable to severe illness. But you can't always know that, right? People don't wear signs advertising if they're at higher risk. So, and ventilation, rooms or spaces that are better ventilated do offer a layer of protection.
Thank you for that. We have had conversations in the past about the durability of a booster or the duration of its effectiveness. Is there conversation now about a third booster?
There's certainly conversation about a booster that's specific to Omicron and hopefully to the latest variants of Omicron that would be given in the fall to add more protection over the winter. As you know, vaccination and boosting is still incredibly protective against severe illness and death. It reduces the chance of getting infected, but the vaccine is less good at preventing infection with the current strains as compared to how it behaved with the original COVID strain.
Dr. Cody, I'm going to keep coming at you with variations on this question, so hang in with me, please. Let me try it another way, which is if somebody says, look, I've been vaccinated, I've had 2 boosters, am I done getting shot in the foreseeable future? How would you answer that question in layperson's language, if possible?
I would say, no, you're not done getting shots. There's more than likely going to be new versions of vaccine that will offer you better protection against newer versions of the virus. And we would
And any-
encourage you to get it.
Any estimate on when we'll learn more about either what to take or when to take it, or how soon after booster number 2? Or is that?
You know,
something
I would expect we should be learning something fairly soon, because we would be needing to mobilize and deliver those vaccines, you know, ideally in October or latest November.
Okay, so again, you know, as colloquially as you can, and knowing that these are complicated issues, it sounds to me like the colloquial answer is, in all likelihood, there'll be a need for a third booster at some point in the future. We expect to learn more in the next couple of months. Does that sound about right?
That's about right. Thanks.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to make sure I had right so I could share it right. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Smitty and Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Wasserman. As the yes, let me get my sorry. Just
yep.
Yeah. So the good news. I'm trying to. I'm sure where the sound's coming from, but it's not from me. So the question from the chart I'm looking at right here, Dr. Cody, is that it seems like the good news is that the case rates are somewhat dropping, along with the hospitalization rates and the ICU rates at this point in the last few weeks. Would you say that's correct?
Yes, and importantly, the levels of virus in our sewer shed is also dropping. So that, to me, that's the real indication that levels are dropping, and we're beginning to see that reflected in hospitalizations.
Right, and so that's actually kind of like a good news, at least for the time being. Now, in terms of the variants, we heard about the BA4 and 5 before our break a month ago, and that seems to be the ones that we are going through right now. Have you been reading on any new emergent variants that of concern that we should be looking at?
So what we're seeing right now is overwhelmingly BA5. BA5 seems to have outcompeted BA4 for whatever reason. We are hearing a little bit about a variant, and now the number name is escaping me, but it doesn't seem to be taking off. So no immediate known worrisome variants at the moment, but of course that can, you know, change quickly.
Right, due to whatever weather pattern and whatnot. One thing I'm noticing is that it is now pretty clear that the COVID vaccinations and boosters don't prevent one from getting infected, but really is on helping on not getting severely sick or dying from COVID, right? And so, and you know, I have traveled, I believe you did as well, traveled in Europe this summer. I was actually quite surprised to see the way people treat COVID is very different from us, in the sense that I see how few people are actually masking or practicing these social distancing, and even at airports. And it appears that the strategy over there in some different countries in Europe is to the model of, I guess some call it living with COVID, or becoming endemic, since most people are already vaccinated, right, or have boosted, or having antibodies via recovering from previous episodes of COVID, right? So you have that model. And then of course, on the other spectrum, you see over in Asia, especially in China, which is totally opposite, right? There's this zero approach, right? Shutting down parts of certain cities or businesses and whatnot. And that certainly does not seem to be truly sustainable, given how these
Excuse me one second, Supervisor Lee.
Yeah.
Anyone not speaking, if you'll please mute yourself so we don't pick up any background sounds. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you. So between the European situation where we are now looking at and Asia, it seems to me we look like we are heading toward the European model, since people are sick of wearing masks and doing the social distancing. Do you see that's where we're heading as well, Dr. Cody?
Well, I think you're correct to observe that what's become normalized in Europe and what's become normalized in Asia are at different ends of the spectrum, and we're probably somewhere in the middle. Of course, it is easier to wear a mask if you look and see that people around you are wearing a mask. That's just sort of how humans are. I can't predict where we're going. I too have noticed that people don't mask in Europe and people are masking less here in the United States. But I still have to tell you that while community prevalence is high, it does make sense to add that layer of protection. And one thing that we've not talked about, I'm surprised that your colleague Supervisor Simonian didn't raise this, but so getting infected is still not great. Not only do you lose a week of work or life or school, but you also put yourself at risk of long COVID. And there are more and more studies coming out looking at long COVID. And to me, the most concerning ones are the neurologic effects. So what motivates me to wear a mask is that I don't want long COVID. I don't want brain fog. And so your risk reduces if you're vaccinated and boosted, but it doesn't eliminate it. So I think there's still merit in taking some simple steps to prevent getting an infection in the first place.
Right, yeah, certainly masking is still something that is very cheap and very easy to do. But I guess we are seeing the fatigue of the public of wearing masks. And as you said, I think the peer pressure certainly helps in the sense that you see a lot of people wearing masks, then you feel like you should, and then vice versa is happening as well. Now, going on the question about the boosters available in the fall, when they become available, I don't know why that's
echoing again, Supervisor.
Yes, I don't think it's from me.
Pardon me, I apologize for the interruption. I believe that's in Dr. Smith's window. They may have more than one computer running with the speakers on.
Got it.
That's probably causing the feedback.
All righty, there we go. It's muted. Go ahead, Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you. So when it comes to the new booster from Moderna Pfizer being made available in the fall, do we plan on having eligibility being provided for the most vulnerable, the older populations first, and then the rest of the general public? Is that what we plan to do?
Back on Dr. Smith or Dr. Cody.
Yeah. We would, as we follow the guidelines for who's eligible for the vaccine, and vaccinate whichever group is eligible through the same venues that we've used throughout the pandemic.
Okay, great. All right, that's my end of my COVID questions. Now get to MPX, as you call it. So what we have learned is that it is absolutely not, as transmittable, is not airborne like COVID, but actually requires some type of a physical contact. So even though it's not a sexually transmitted disease, STD, but because of the closeness of those contacts, that's how a lot of those transmissions been observed recently. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the vast majority of transmission is happening through that close skin-on-skin contact. There probably is a small amount, although we're seeing almost, very little, if any, of it, through respiratory droplets or contaminated clothes or bedding or other surfaces. So that's possible, but it's just rare. So not something that we should be, spending a lot of time worrying about.
Right, got it. Now, once it's exposed, do we currently have actually medications being made available, or just through quarantine like we do with COVID right now?
So there is treatment for Mpox. It is for people who are infected and have the rash, particularly those who have a more severe form that might be causing a lot of pain and discomfort. And that medication is distributed to us from the state, and then we allocate to hospitals. It's under a special protocol, an IND protocol that requires a lot of paperwork. Not every hospital is interested or set up to do that. In our county right now, the hospitals that provide the treatment are Valley Medical Center, Stanford, and the Kaiser hospitals. And we're working with other providers and hospitals to see if they would like to become treatment providers as well.
Right, so therefore, if other clinics and hospital that does not have the medications, basically the advice is for them to just go and send the patients to us or Stanford or Kaiser to get that medication. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's very helpful. Now, for the residents, because we heard that like in New York, apparently there were some sign up for the Mpox vaccines, and in a couple of hours, immediately all the appointments were filled up very quickly. At this point, we obviously are trying to focus on those who are most likely to because of the limitations of vaccines. I guess in the future, how would residents be able to sign for the Mpox vaccines? Are we going to set up a website of some sort for people who are interested to get notified?
Yes, we're doing that primarily through our community partners. They are helping their clients sign up to get vaccinated. I should also say that you may have read in the news that the FDA, I think sort of in the context of not enough vaccine for the population at risk, now allows the vaccine to be given intradermally, and a much smaller dose is needed for that route of administration. So a vial of vaccine that used to be able to vaccinate one person can now vaccinate 4 or 5 people if given intradermally. So that makes our supply go much further. Which is great. We could still use more vaccine, but being able to give it intradermally is incredibly important and really expands our reach.
Great, yeah, thank you. And I was just reading this, and you could definitely help explain. There's the Jynneos vaccine, and then there's the ACAM 2000 vaccine. Are we getting both of those, or are we only getting one of them right now?
We're just getting the Jynneos vaccine, and that's the one that we can now give intradermally. The ACAM 2000 is an older vaccine that was used in 2001, for example, when we were vaccinating high-risk people against smallpox, after the anthrax attacks in 2001. That is a lot of problems with that vaccine, a lot of side effects, difficulty with administration. And so not very many states and localities, if any, have requested ACAM 2000 or are using it. So it's really, we're highly dependent on the Jynneos vaccine.
Got it. Okay, great. And that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much, Dr. Jody. Really
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we've heard from the public. This was to receive an item, so we'll consider that item received. And we'll now move on to item number 9. And Dr. Smith, I believe that's you directly. We received a report from County Executive. Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, I can handle that one,
Hi,
Supervisor.
Martha.
Hello. I have a very brief PowerPoint on the COVID-19 after action report. I can go quickly through that, or unless you want me to go straight to questions.
My option is straight to questions because I've already read and comprehended, and I'm sure my supervisors have too. Let me check with the public first to see if we have any members. David, on my screen, I don't see any.
I agree, sir. There are no speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you. Martha, if you wouldn't be offended, I'll ask my supervisors if they have any questions.
Not at all. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just grab one thing here before I do that. Got it. Nope, I'm good on that. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you, President Wasserman. And Martha, I want to thank you and the staff. The report, the work plan, and the timeline I thought were all clear and helpful. And I just really appreciate the responsiveness to my earlier direction. I'm wondering how you plan to keep the board updated on the progress of the after action process? Are there periodic updates you're thinking about bringing to the full board or FGOC? And what are you expecting regarding a final report?
Sure. So our plan right now is to provide an interim progress report to FGOC by the end of this calendar year related to the stakeholder input. And we did note your comments during the June board meeting to also include feedback from local cities, school districts, hospitals, and business associations. And the second part of your question was, I'm sorry, what to expect for the final report?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So both the after action report and the improvement plan, the consultant will include all of the information from the document review, the interviews, surveys, and the consultant is going to provide clear actionable recommendations. With regard to the structure, we are requiring the consultant to make sure the report aligns with FEMA's 32 core capabilities. I'm not going to talk about all of them here, but they include areas like community resilience, long-term vulnerability reduction, economic recovery, things like that. And then finally, we're also applying guidelines from the Homeland Security Exercise and Evaluation Program, which provides a set of guiding principles for evaluation programs such as these.
Thanks, Martha. As a model, one of the Harvey Rose reports that we get, I find to be a very helpful format. They outline strengths, areas for improvements with findings and recommendations, and then responses from administration that agree or disagree with findings. Is that a format that might be used by the consultant and the administration? Not precisely, but that way of delivering information.
Yeah, I know exactly the method that you're talking about, Supervisor. We can certainly talk to the consultant about presenting the information that way.
Okay, thank you so much. Particularly during the first year of the pandemic, my office and I, would venture to confidently say all of my colleagues' offices fielded just a huge array and a significant number of issues from individual constituents and local organizations and response partners. So I'd like to ask that once the community engagement plan is drafted with the expected contacts for interviews and focus groups, and thank you for that, I'd like the vendor or staff to check in with each board office so that we have the opportunity to provide recommendations and suggest any additional contacts for interviews or focus groups to ensure that the outreach is really reflecting the interests that each of us is hearing about.
I very much appreciate that invitation. We are very interested in being as inclusive and far-reaching as possible. Just in terms of timeline, we are collecting all those names kind of right now. And so when that's available, I will be reaching out to your offices for any additional contacts you may have. Was that your intent, Supervisor?
Yes, please. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice President. Supervisor Chavez, then Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you for the slide presentation and the packet. Just a couple of requests that I want to make. One is that I want to make sure that we're interviewing members of this board and members of like mayors and city managers. And one recommendation I would make is that for some that have retired in between this time, they maybe even have more time and be a little more willing to be just direct about, what they experienced and what they think we should or could have done better. The second thing that I'm curious about is, when we're evaluating the process and the experience, and we're, I'm sure one of the things that we'll have to talk about is resources, how available resources were, testing, vaccination and all of that. But also the financial resources of the state and federal government and other kinds of resources they provided. And so one question I have is, Martha, do those levels of government also get interviewed for an after action report?
Are you asking about state and federal levels, Supervisor? Those haven't been contemplated within the scope of this. I can't answer whether or not it would be a normal part of the process. So the short answer is I don't know, Supervisor.
Okay, no problem. And Martha, one of the things I thought might be of benefit would be to actually reach out to our state and federal partners to ask them if they'd be interested in an interview for two reasons. One is, I obviously think we want to be very mindful of how easy we are at a local level to work with. Frankly, our impressions of them as well, I think, are extremely valuable, especially given the legal construct that kicks into gear when we're in this kind of environment, both at a local level, a state level, and a federal level, and then how those communications occur. I also think that one of the things that I'd like us to be in a position to do is make concrete recommendations to our state and federal partners after this as well around responsiveness from a resource perspective. And I'll just give my colleagues 30 seconds about why. You know, one of the things that I think we've all learned is how quickly it would be and is for businesses to leave our area in the event of an emergency. And I had been concerned that we don't really have a contingency plan. I don't just mean us, but I mean the 9 Bay Area counties relative to what happens when there's an earthquake and it's so easy for companies to move to a whole nother part of the country. And depending on how long it takes for us to build back, whether or not they ever come back, and when their tax dollars go with them to the new place they're going, what does that mean for the long-term rehabilitation or revitalization or sustainability of the area that we're living in right now? That is a long way of saying that I think being able to also interview these partners, because it will require them to potentially move faster in the future, is going to be critical. And also taking a look at some of our employment partners. I think in particular, the folks at the leadership group who were incredibly helpful, like some of the key businesses that worked with us. So that's why I'm asking for that. And then the last thing I'll just say that I'm also interested in, and I don't think the after action report will respond to this directly, but it is something I think that the board needs to think about, and that is how we believe the current division between the emergency staff and the role that the Board of Supervisors plays and the role the public plays in emergencies that are so extended. And if we anticipate, based on climate change or other issues, that we may in fact be in these situations again, I think a lot of the laws that govern how we function are really thinking about these much shorter events than what we've been in now, this very prolonged event. And I think we were unique. I know we were, in terms of our board's relationship with our staff, and that the way this was all managed here, even regionally, than some of what I've heard from my colleagues in other places. Therefore, I'm interested in understanding what my colleagues think relative to being in this elongated environment where we have the Office of Emergency Services continuing to be the decision maker versus the public sector. That's, I mean, the public members of the board that are frankly have to be more accountable to the public. And I get the reasons they're all built in the way they are, but I don't think any of this was designed for 18 months. But, you know, I think it was more designed for 5 days to 30 days. So anyway, that I know the report will have different functions, but I just wanted to share with you one of my interests is going to be how we look at the way the current infrastructure works and works for longer term emergencies. So I'm looking very much forward to this, Martha. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Thanks, Martha, for the good report and the slide deck. And I just want to ask for an outreach portion to make sure that, you know, how do we get our county residents, schools, and any other non-county employees or contractors that would be selected to participate in this information gathering process?
So it's a very timely question. We have a planning meeting with the consultant tomorrow on exactly how to do that. We're going to start out with the lists we have from the EOC, along with other lists that have come out of our pandemic response. And as I mentioned earlier, that Supervisor Ellenberg had asked about, is reaching out to your offices as well. We want to be, as I said, as far reaching as possible. So that planning is going on now, Supervisor.
Thank you. And I think a lot of the working groups, like some of the union representatives, a number of unions we have, I think it would also be very helpful to get their input as well in this process. That's something that would happen, correct?
That is correct. They're on the list.
Good, thank you. And I appreciate the question from Supervisor Chavez regarding the timing, right? Because a lot of times, a lot of these emergency events, we're planning it usually, for a much shorter period. What we've gone through with the close to almost 2 years of this type of a emergency is certainly something unprecedented or unexpected. And I think it's, whether it's for a pandemic, like what we just went through, or maybe for, like some type of flooding or earthquake type crisis and other type of issues that we might face. I think I'm hoping to use this as a way to figure out, for example, EOC. I mean, one first thing that I feel very surprised is, for example, our own county council, James Williams, along with some of the very senior staff level, are actually, heading EOC in this periodic debate and in this battle rhythm, which I wasn't expecting to see. I mean, obviously there'll be senior individuals, but I certainly thought some of those individuals, those positions will be potentially filled by others. So I certainly would like to get some feedback as to what seems to be like best practices and other EOCs, for example, in other counties, to make sure that our folks don't get burned out. That was basically my concern. So I'll really be excited to find out what we can learn from all these processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to circle back to a comment made by Supervisor Chavez, not to be repetitive, but because I think it is sometimes helpful for staff to know that a particular interest or concern expressed by a board member is shared by others. And I think Supervisor Chavez was prompting us to give deeper thought to an important topic, which is who's responsible for what, under what circumstances in the context of a public health emergency. I know I spent a lot of time during the first year of this now 2.5-year challenge trying to explain how it was that a previously relatively unknown public health officer had wide-ranging authority, and why that was appropriate in the view of state lawmakers in terms of making sure that decisions were made based on medical expertise and public health expertise rather than based on political considerations, as some might describe them. I think that is a challenging tension to navigate. I think we did a above average job of navigating it, frankly. I'm sure everybody's got their own take on that. I think Supervisor Chavez's point that that relationship necessarily changes, and forgive me if I'm inaccurate in my characterization, but what I heard her reference was that that relationship, that tension is going to be a little bit different in a 2.5-year to 3-year exercise than it is in a 3-month exercise or a 30-day exercise. And I just wanted to underscore the fact that I think that she raises, that my colleague Supervisor Chavez raises an important topic, and I hope staff will give this some serious consideration, because if this is the age we live in and the challenge we face, governance is going to be key. And it's not just an abstract issue, and it's certainly not an issue simply of concern to the 5 supervisors or even our organization. The ability to mobilize public support and cooperation is a function of the public's trust in the county, its representatives, both elected and appointed. And so we need to make sure, as we continue with this one and regrettably anticipate challenges in the future, that we've got a governance structure in place that both works to give us a good result, but also that works to ensure that the public can and does have confidence. So that was the longest Me Too you're going to get, hopefully, from me today, Mr. Wasserman, but I did want to make sure that the comments that Supervisor Chavez made had that Me Too from me and my office. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And Martha, I'm just going to say, being on the Emergency Operational Area Council for the last 12 years, the after incident, after action reports, which I'd never heard about prior to coming to the Board of Supervisors, I found extremely inspiring, because going back over as I watched, especially through fire, is they looked back on what they did and what effect it had, pros and cons. They learned from their lessons, and it helps us become better. Every after action report educates us on what we did, what was effective, what we could have done more of, what was not necessary. It is so, so helpful and important. I think what you're doing is absolutely critical, and thank you for taking it on. All right, with that, item 9 is concluded. We are now going to jump, I believe, to item number 29. Let me turn my page there. This is regarding Proposition 1, the constitutional right to reproductive freedom. Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just say thank you to the staff for bringing this to us on such a timely basis. It is in response to a referral from my office, but it's certainly an issue on which all of us on the board have weighed in and expressed concern. I will first move approval of the recommended action, and then if there's a second. I hear a second. Thank you.
My Vice President.
And I will just, I think it's important to acknowledge there's been some comment and or debate out in the public arena about the precise language of Proposition 1. I think that's understandable. That's to be expected. It might or might not be drafted in quite the way our county or county council would have gotten the job done. But I do think it's important to note that this really is our one opportunity to weigh in an unambiguous way in support of the reproductive freedoms of not just the 2 million folks in our county, but beyond our county, in the nation and the state. The proposition has support not only from Governor Newsom, but from 2/3 of the legislature in both the Assembly and the Senate. And as the staff report notes, from ACOG, the Association, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, CMA, the California Medical Association, and the folks at Planned Parenthood affiliates of California. And I know we have more to do. We've talked about the litigation arena as well, but this is, I think, the first and most direct way we can communicate our position as a board and as a county with respect to reproductive health care. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. We have one member from the public wishing to speak. If y'all don't mind, let's hear from that person, and then we'll turn to the supervisors.
One moment, please, while we get the timer up.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Diana Zamora Marroquin. I'm sorry, Mr. President, were you speaking?
2 minutes.
Okay, one moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diana, I have unmuted you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Zamora Marroquin, and I am the Director of Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood Marmonte. I'd like to begin by thanking Supervisor Simidian and the rest of the board for your leadership on this issue and also your past support for reproductive freedom. When the Supreme Court decimated the right to abortion for millions across the country, numerous states jumped at the chance to ban safe, affordable reproductive health care, creating insurmountable challenges to many communities. But abortion is a personal decision and people should be able to make their own medical decisions with their healthcare providers. We need to protect people's fundamental rights to control their bodies. Proposition 1 will continue to allow individuals and families the freedom to decide if and when to have children, giving folks the ability to plan their lives and achieve their dreams. Santa Clara County has a long history of defending, supporting, and expanding access to reproductive health care, not one of standing on the sidelines. And make no mistake that the role the county has played has been critical. This is a moment in history where neutrality is not an option. Reproductive freedom is not just a national issue. or state issue. It is an issue that affects every person capable of bearing children. Santa Clara County has proven in the past that it is a leader in defending that freedom. And today we urge you and thank you for continuing that legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. And that is what the motion is for.
And
All
that
right,
concludes our public speakers.
Thank you, David. We'll turn to Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you. I, of course, wholeheartedly support the statement by our Board of Supervisors in support of Proposition 1. President Biden recognized recently that California is leading the nation on this issue. And I'm proud of what we're doing today. I believe that there's a further important role for our county to play even beyond what we have already done, including recently providing $3 million in funding to Planned Parenthood Marmonte, as Supervisor Simidian mentioned. We know that our county council stands ready to launch targeted legal actions, which I will likely support upon review. And I expect when we hear the proposed revised policy ordinance that was continued by Supervisor Simidian today, that our board will uphold the fundamental right to privacy in reproductive health care and prevent county departments from sharing that information except in certain limited and clearly defined circumstances. While political and personal belief systems have been front and center in the national discussion, I just want to put down that it's critical that we stay focused on the fact that an abortion is a medical procedure in a continuum of reproductive care, and frankly isn't always a choice medically necessary to save someone's life. The county organization engages in this work, not just by upholding our values, but as the largest healthcare provider in our county, a training site for medical staff, and a key funder of local community clinics and partners. We have to reassure our residents that they will have access to the full range of care they need, that our local systems are robust, and that our providers have the equipment and the training to provide that care competently. Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Simidian, for bringing this forward to the board.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you very much. And I too want to thank my colleagues. I think all of you have just been amazing on this subject. And thank you, Supervisor Simidian, for making sure we're on the beginning end of this. I have a couple just of technical questions, and I thought perhaps I could ask whichever staff person would know the most about this. By taking this action today, does that mean that we would be able to, as an entity, be listed on a support page or a website for the campaign itself?
President Wasserman, this is Danielle Christian, Legislative Manager. And through the chair, yes, Supervisor Chavez, after your board takes action on this item, I will contact the Yes on Proposition 1 campaign to include the County of Santa Clara as a supporter of the ballot proposition.
Thank you. And then this is a second question, and I'm sure something Supervisor Simidian already thought about. We therefore don't need any resolution or anything else in order for us to take this action.
Again, through the chair, no, Supervisor Chavez, you don't. That today's action is sufficient, and it's consistent with the actions that Intergovernmental Relations has taken when the board has stated a position on a ballot measure.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure. I don't know why I had a resolution in my head, so I thought I would just ask. And then just as a follow-up to something that Supervisor Ellenberg raised, I do think that that the point that is being raised about the implications of this action. So once the state of California takes an action, I do think the question's going to be raised. Well, what then therefore does that mean for California relative to other states? And so I do want to encourage the staff to give some very serious thought to the framework that Supervisor Ellenberg just laid out about how healthy our system is, how robust it is, and frankly, how do we protect the interests of individuals who are seeking these services in our community. And I know, and I was really pleased to hear the district attorney very loudly say he wouldn't be prosecuting cases. But I don't think I fully appreciate yet the what the implications are of laws that are being taken and actions taken in other states. And so one request that I would make is that we do ask staff to come back to us perhaps after the, after the November ballot is passed, just with a framework about whether or not there are any changes that staff would be making to any of the services that we're providing, or any rules that we use to currently determine who has access to what kinds of services in the healthcare system at the county level that may need to be addressed. And the reason I'm suggesting, colleagues, that we wait until November is I do think the staff needs a little bit of time to consider all of the implications that are going on. And I want to make sure that what they come back to the board with is something that's actionable. Thank you.
Thank you for that request. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Wasserman. So first of all, staff, thank you very much for this important report. I certainly stand firmly in support of Proposition 1, and with every woman's right to reproductive freedom. As a father of 3 daughters, I certainly was devastated to see millions of girls and women losing this basic freedom across America. And also as a retired Navy commander, I understand just how fragile our freedoms are and our responsibility to protect them. The county must affirm our support, as reproductive rights are deeply important to achieve gender equality, and I'm certainly very honored to serve with a board that shares these values and that stands strongly with amending our state constitution to reaffirm protecting this fundamental right. But in addition, I also just want to confirm with our county that besides just making this declaration, we will be providing these type of support for women and girls from other states who have lost these rights. And if they were able to, fortunate enough to travel into our county, that we will be able to provide that type of support to them. Is that correct?
It is my understanding that that won't be an issue or a challenge. But
yes, I will jump in on that.
Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Yes, we're trying to work out a situation, and I suspect we'll have to work it in conjunction with Planned Parenthood, where we can make it clear to women in other states that they're welcome here. We are available to provide services in the typical process right now. Planned Parenthood does early and midterm terminations. If they have a problem with late term terminations, they go to VMC. VMC also does early and midterm terminations. So I'm sure that we will come up with an agreement, and I've asked Casey Allocation to work with Planned Parenthood to try to facilitate that, see if we can develop a process that's easy to utilize and clearly available.
Great, thank you, Dr. Smith. I wonder if that process is being developed, or if you could give us an off-agenda report just to keep us posted, making sure that this is being implemented smoothly, number one. And the second issue I just want to mention is, given the fact that many states are criminalizing those who are getting the service or those assisting getting service, the privacy issue of these women who comes to our county, the locations, the geotags, all those becomes an issue. And I just want to make sure that we also have protocols to protect the privacy of that and not expose them to potential criminal prosecution when they get back home.
Yes, that would definitely need to be part of the process, and we'll work on it. I missed the beginning part of your response. I hope my answer is correct.
Oh, I think you are correct. And if there's a way you could provide us some type of off-agenda report down the road to let us know that these processes has been implemented, I'll really be appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is approving the support position. We have a motion and a second. There's no further hands raised. I certainly am in support of this tremendously. My wife and I have been supporters for Well, the 42 years I've known her. So with that, let's have a vote.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We now move on to item number 30. It's a report regarding the Narcan distribution and fentanyl prevention programming. And I'm going to look for Sherry.
Hi, good afternoon, President Wasserman, members of the Board of Supervisors, Sherry Torrell, Director with Behavioral Health Services Department. And I also have Bruce Copley and Myra Parr is here with our department. You have the written report, which addresses providing information on options to increase the purchase and distribution of Narcan and ongoing fentanyl prevention programming. We don't have a specific presentation, but can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sherry, and Myra and Bruce. Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, excuse me one second. Dr. Smith, were you saying something? No.
No, my mistake.
Go ahead, Supervisor Chavez.
No problem. Thank you. This is colleagues, item 30. This is in response to a referral that I brought forward in June so that we could make a more significant dent and investment in how we're dealing with fentanyl as a county, and also our ability to do both prevention and intervention. What I wanted to request, colleagues, is that I asked the staff if they could go back to the referral and respond to each element of the referral, but with a couple of additions. One is that I would like an accounting of all the resources currently being addressed to focused to address fentanyl use. And then, so that would be number one, so that it's easier to understand what is additive versus what it, that we're not supplanting, but that we're adding. And then second, I'm very interested in making sure that the board has a strong understanding of the clear approaches relative to Narcan that this is recommending that we take, and that finally that we have a very clear prioritization of prevention and intervention populations that the staff is asking to address. And specifically, I'm interested in the higher risk versus more low risk. And I recognize and want to encourage us to continue to work with the County Office of Education and SCOOP. The reason I'm requesting this is that from the report and from the responses we received back, I wasn't able to understand what's additive and not. And I frankly can't understand necessarily the significance of the $135,000 investment versus whether or not we need something more, and if so, what categories that goes in. Is it communication? Is it a stronger investment in Narcan? And then colleagues, so that would be my motion. I'll make that as a motion and then make a comment.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Chavez.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say to our staff and Sherry, to you and your team, and Bruce and Dr. Parwiz, this just a real gratitude for the work that you're doing and your interest in really saving every life. And colleagues, between January and July, we've already had 62 deaths from fentanyl, and many of them are young people. And so this is like, we're at a crisis. And so the distribution of Narcan being very targeted, whether that's at schools, public health clinics, public transportation, at colleges, or even in bars, is something that I really want us to better understand, because I think we want to get it to where people are. And then the other I just wanted to acknowledge is that we've had a number of young people who've given us really great communication tools to communicate about the risks of fentanyl. And I want to double down on the more authentic materials that are being developed, as long as our staff thinks they're accurate, so that we're using the voices of young people to communicate with other young people in the most effective ways they can. I think after you're 21, you're almost, you might as well be 100 to some of these young people. So we have to think very critically about who's communicating the message. And again, I also just wanted to say to my colleagues, we've done a couple of outreach programs for families. We're going to be doing one in a few days actually with San Jose State, and there's a high level of interest. A lot of folks want to work with us. I just want to make sure I understand the best way to proceed. So thank you to my colleagues. I would ask for your support on this motion and to thank the staff for the good work they've done, ask for a little more information, and then look forward to an expenditure plan that will have a dent coming back to us at the end of August.
Thank you. And 21, you might as well be 164. I guess I'm 300. All right. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Wasserman. Is there currently a plan to distribute these Narcan kits and provide the fentanyl prevention programming education to all our schools, especially K through 12 in our county?
Myra, could you let Supervisor know what the plan is for the schools?
Sure, yes. So we have worked closely with the Board of Education, and the plan is to provide Narcan to all 66 high schools that they have recommended. And per their outline, they want about 28 Narcan kits to be available at each high school. So that's where we're targeting our first round of distribution of Narcan, because the majority, as Supervisor Chavez noted, fentanyl is hitting the younger kids. So ages 15 to 29 are really the target here. So high schools and colleges will be our primary target.
Do you see a need for some of the middle school as well?
I have
a number of things. So
after the high school, we are going to.
Excuse me 1 second, Myra. Whoop, they just turned the microphone off. Good enough. Thank you. Go ahead, Myra.
All right. Yes, after high school, we will be going to middle schools as well.
Okay. And what type of timeline are we talking about? It will take 3 months, 6 months for this to happen?
I think we're going throughout targeting starting fall. I believe the Board of Education is planning to meet with all their school districts in middle of September or so, and then afterwards we will work with schools probably starting October to set up trainings and distribution. So I'm thinking it depending on their schedule, it may take anywhere between October till spring of next year.
Yeah, I mean, as the statistics is mentioned by Supervisor Chavez, with 62 deaths the first 6 months of the year already, I think certainly this is becoming a true urgent crisis in our county, and we are not alone. I mean, it's everywhere in the country too. So I would just ask to see if there's any way we could even speed up the process. I think it's no longer a matter of if, it's just about when we can move this faster. So if there's any way we could push this further, I think it's really tremendous in order to, as we know how much this would save lives.
Yes, we can review that with school, and I believe Dr. Dewan is here too. So we can work with her team to see how we can speed up the process for them.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee, if it's okay with you, we'll turn to our superintendent. We've got a motion and a second. I'm certainly in favor. Dr. Dewan, welcome.
So much for having me, and I'm really grateful for this possibility of support. And just wanted to respond to Supervisor Lee's question that there is some urgency, and we are actually interested in supporting all of our school districts as well as our charter schools in implementing this project this year. We are on target to have an informational meeting with all of them on September 13th. We've developed some model policies and a toolkit and guide for implementation, and have also made some connections to the Department of Healthcare Services at the state for some additional support. But the crisis is real, and I appreciate you mentioning the middle school needs, because we have become aware that fentanyl has made its way into some products that look more like candy, and unfortunately, that is incredibly tragic and something that we want to make sure we're able to address the needs of all schools, including the highest need at this time, which is the high schools and community colleges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. All right, and with that, we have no other public speakers. We've heard from the supervisors. A roll call vote, please. David.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. With that, board members, we move to item 33, which is options for transferring rehabilitative jail functions to the Department of Corrections. And we start with our County Counsel, James Williams.
Thank you, President Wasserman, members of the board. This is a response to a referral from Supervisor Ellenberg related to the possibility of transferring rehabilitative functions from the Office of the Sheriff to the Department of Correction. We've included some initial information in the report and in the attached materials. We specifically recommend as next steps towards the end of the ledge file that the board ask the Sheriff's Office to provide some additional information for us to perform a more detailed analysis. Once we receive that information, we can look at that and provide additional options and detail to the board. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And Vice President, we don't have any speakers. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate James and County Counsel for the thorough report and the recommendations. As a quick recap, in May, I asked for this report for 3 reasons. First, the board and the public has been strongly invested in improving jail operations, but information about what goes on in the jails continues to remain limited. One of County Council's recommendations in January for how we could improve jail management and oversight was to consider transferring rehabilitative functions of the jail over to the Department of Corrections, which is currently under the County Exec's office and the board's purview. Second, while it has been really heartening to see the programming that has been added in the jail in response to the consent decrees and other jail reforms, I realize this has put an additional burden on deputies who are already overworked and unable to fully perform their assignments due to understaffing and mandatory overtime. If we can transfer rehabilitation positions from sworn officers to civilian positions, this, at least theoretically, could free them up to do other work that requires badge staffing. Third, from my reading of documents from over the past decade, the current division of oversight over the jail operations between the Department of Corrections and the Sheriff's Office was always intended to be a temporary structure pending further board discussion, which has yet to be concluded. I would recommend that it would be prudent for us to move this discussion, not today, it's not on the agenda, but signaling to President Wasserman that it would be prudent to move this discussion toward a conclusion. This report sort of opens the door and provides us an opportunity to do that. So with these 3 goals set forward, I would like to accept County Council's recommendation to request that the sheriff report to Public Safety and Justice Committee no later than the 2nd meeting in September with, as James described, a list of the rehabilitative functions currently performed in the jails, the number and classifications of Sheriff's Office personnel performing those functions, and a description of the tasks performed by those personnel by classification and position. That's my motion, and I respectfully request a second.
I'll second.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Vice President Ellenberg. We have a second by Supervisor Lee. Any other discussions or questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote. David.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, item 33 passes. 34 and 35 were held. 36 was on consent, meaning we move to 37 now, which is to receive an updated report from the Office of Correctional Law Enforcement Monitoring OCLEM, as we call it. And Michael, let me just finish reading that title before I turn it over to you. Regarding the use of military equipment policy. Mr. Janako, you're on.
President Wasserman, good afternoon. Board members, good to be with you this afternoon. We provided you an updated report pursuant to the referral that came to us at the end of June. And this is intended to update this board on the progress that has been made with regard to our 6 recommendations that we had in our initial report that we provided to you earlier this summer. We're pleased to report that with regard to the issues we identified on the military use policy, that the Sheriff's Office has been accommodating and has fulfilled the essence of our recommendations. I would say 5.5 out of 6. The last recommendation, which had to do with how they're going to document use and deployment with regard to the identified equipment, I believe is still a work in progress, but the Sheriff's Office is on its way to providing a way in which that information can be documented. That recommendation is important because a year from now, if not sooner, this board will be asked to again take a look at the use policy, and at that time, any deployment of this equipment, if the board approves it, would then need to be documented, and there would need to be, I think, a careful and well-planned way in which that material about use over the future year would come to the board. So that's all I have initially, considering the busyness of your agenda, but I'm certainly obviously here to answer any questions any board member may have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. And board members, as it's been your desire and mine in the past, we'll hear from the public first, and then I'll turn to any of you that wish to speak and make a motion. David, if we can turn to our first speaker. Well,
excuse me, President Watson.
Mr. Walter Wilson, our chair of CCLEM. I see you there. Did you want to add in some comments, sir?
Yeah, we're actually on the agenda to respond to this very issue from the last meeting, and we submitted a letter as well.
Yes.
So I'm going to read the letter and then I'll give you some background. The Board of Supervisors requested that CCLEM provide input and community perspective on the Sheriff's Office proposed military equipment use policy. To obtain community input on the matter, some CCLEM members met with community groups and organizations regarding the Sheriff's use of military equipment and heard opinions from cross-section of Santa Clara County residents. At its August 15th, 2022 meeting, CCLEM, excuse me, discussed the Sheriff's Office proposed military equipment use policy. Some CCLEM members expressed concerns that the community did not support the use of military equipment and or expressed concerns about the merits of the military equipment used by the Sheriff's Office. Some CCLEM members also expressed the view that the board should review uses of military equipment by the Sheriff's Office, not only manually as suggested, but on a more frequent basis following any use of military equipment. My recommendation was that within 30 days of use of military equipment by the sheriff and the public, that there be a review and the analysis done. Following discussions, CCLEM voted to recommend that the Board of Supervisors consider each of the military equipment on a case-by-case basis, rather than granting across-the-board approval to the proposed use policy. And CCLEM authorized Chairperson Walter Wilson to report this recommendation to the board. And that is the letter that we forwarded to you. And I'm also available for questions and answers. And one other thing I want to share with you is that the work that's done by Oakland, working with the Sheriff's Department, has been stellar. She's gotten the Sheriff's Department to work with him, and that's amazing. But this issue goes beyond just policy and policy changes. This issue is one of the most important issues of our time, the use of deadly military weaponry on the citizens of this country. And so the AB 481 goes beyond just giving you the inventory. It gives you the authority to say when and how this equipment can and cannot be used in the public domain. It lies with you, the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Michael, I don't see your hand up. Nothing more to add. David, we have one speaker, two speakers, it looks like. If you could please allow them in to speak.
Certainly, one moment. The next speaker is a phone caller ending in 246. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hedges. I'm a member of Showing It for Racial Justice, and we're calling in today to support, I forgot the name of the group at Stanford, and I'm not very prepared, sorry. But we denounce any use of military equipment by the police. It does not make people safer. Many of the munitions, such as rubber bullets that they've requested, are not even permissible for use in this county. And so I like reporting on any use that they currently have and prohibiting them from purchasing additional weapons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Via Lamberti. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Via Lamberti, and I am an undergraduate at Stanford. I am also an organizer with Abolish Stanford, and I am commenting in opposition to the use of military equipment by police in Santa Clara County, particularly at Stanford University. SUDPS particularly should not be deploying AR-15s on a daily basis and should not remain armed with these weapons at large events on Stanford campus. I think this is something I really echo what Walter Wilson from CCLEM said, in that if we are really working within the spirit of AB 141, like we can really reconsider what it means to deploy these weapons on a daily basis, as the SUDPS said that they did, or as the Sheriff's Office said that SUDPS did in the memo to Supervisor Ellenberg. More generally, militarization of police has no place in Santa Clara County. This is an opportunity for the Board of Supervisors to take a stand on the use of military equipment by police. And I echo previous comments from Serge that military equipment does not keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you. And, oh, she's gone. Okay, one more, David?
We do have one more speaker, Mr. President.
All right.
Next speaker is Warren Wagner. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm just calling in support of Surge and Abolish Stanford. I think it's really important that we reject the militarization of police. This already policing brings a lot of violence into our communities, but equipment like this is not used in everyday crime fighting. It's for suppressing protests. We saw this used in 2020 to great harm against a lot of people who are fighting for justice. And I think it's absolutely inappropriate that police should have weapons that could create so much destruction. And there's just no reason it won't keep anyone safer. We shouldn't be growing the capabilities of police to cause violence. We should be reining it in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Yasmin Mabin. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yasmin, and I'm also an undergraduate at Stanford, and I'm commenting in support from Abolish Stanford in opposition to the use of military equipment by the police in Santa Clara County, particularly at Stanford University. We don't believe that our SUDPS should be deploying AR-15s on a daily basis and should not remain armed with these weapons at large events on Stanford campus. More generally, militarization of police has no place in Santa Clara County, and we do not believe that this will keep us safe. Thank you.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you. And the question I was going to ask was of the prior three speakers prior about what the organization was called. And I heard it repeated. It's called Abolish Stanford. Michael, I just want to say, and to the sheriff, how much I want to say I appreciate the communication that has improved between your office and the sheriff's office, and the remarks that you made, especially regarding this item. I really appreciate that. We're all on the same team, working towards the same goal. And I appreciate the parties working together. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you, President Wasserman. You took the words out of my mouth in terms of the cooperation between the Sheriff's Office and the Oakland. I certainly has been a much better improvement, and that's clearly necessary, is long overdue, and so I'm really appreciative of the development. So I'm actually a process question here with maybe County Council. Where we are on this report is that this is a report for us to basically accept or move for. Am I correct? And then the second thing is we are still awaiting for the report from the Sheriff's Office regarding the plan to come back to us. Is that correct?
Yes, we are just receiving this report. There is no action. Michael, anything to add?
No, I also echo both of what you all said, which is we are really happy with the relationship that we received and the cooperation we received on this project. So this is how I think Oakland was intended to operate with the sheriff, and appreciate their accommodating our concerns and addressing them in their policy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Well, Vice President Ellenberg.
So I apparently need clarification too. You're not asking for a vote to approve the policy today, is that correct?
Michael?
I believe that's the next item, President Wasserman,
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yep, that would be the adoption of the ordinance.
Okay, but it is part of what we're talking about. Thank you.
Yep.
Let me start as well with genuine appreciation for the sheriff. I understand from the OCLAM report that the Sheriff's Office has exceeded the efforts of all the jurisdictions that Mr. Giannaco has reviewed in meeting the intentions of AB 481 and in addressing expressed concerns in substantive ways. Though I remain opposed to the militarization of law enforcement and will abstain from the vote on the ordinance accordingly, I do recognize that not all the equipment in this inventory poses an equal risk to public safety. And for example, the armored vehicles, which the Sheriff's Office has agreed not to use for public affairs purposes. I was also impressed by the changes, some of which were progressive, that the sheriff made to her other general orders to align with recent state legislation. And I would be interested in receiving a red line of all underlying policies related to the military equipment use policy, such as those on use of force and less lethal weapons, along with the future annual reviews of this ordinance required by AB 481. I'd also like to take the Sheriff's Office up on their offer for a 6-month interim progress report to the board on the implementation of record keeping and reporting related to this policy, which was referenced under OCLAM's 6th recommendation. So what I'd like to do is make a motion just for that information back, separate from the ordinance.
Okay.
So if I could get a second on my motion for that information and reporting back.
We have a motion by Vice President Ellenberg. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Supervisor Lee seconded. Vice President Ellenberg, any further comments before I turn to the other supervisors?
Nope, thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to reflect for a moment that this has been a long haul. This has been a real grind to get to this place, but I think it has been time and effort well spent. And I think it began certainly long before we had legislative either authorization or obligation. And I feel like we're in a much better place today as a result of that effort. So I won't try to list, anybody and everybody who deserves some thanks for that, but I'll just say thank you to all parties. I do want to call out the fact that was referenced by Supervisor Ellenberg. There have been a lot of changes that I think are to the good. I had expressed concern at a prior meeting about lack of transparency with respect to information that was confidential. Those issues have been addressed. I had asked, and this will come up in the next item, so I'll withhold comment then, Mr. Chair, but I had expressed concern about the need for a sunset so that there really was essentially a forced obligation to revisit these issues and see how things were or were not working. And the last thing I just want to say is I think this is what OCLAM was established to do, as someone who played a a role in bringing that matter forward to our board, and again, with unanimous support from our board. I think we recognized some time ago the need for this kind of expertise by establishing the office, and I'm just very, very pleased that we have had that expertise, that we've had OCLEM in place, and that it has allowed us to do a more than cursory job on matters of this import to the community. So I'll let it go with that, and thank you for voting aye.
Thank you. I agree with all that you said. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. I just have two questions. One is just more basic. We're on item 37 still.
We have 37 and then 38 to go. 38 is the adoption of the ordinance, and that's the final item on our agenda.
Okay, so what if I could ask Walter, were you commenting on 37 and 38, or were you commenting on 38?
Both.
Yep.
Because 37 relates specifically to 38 in the adoption of the policy. And one of the main things that we discovered from talking to the community, a lot of people weren't even aware of this. And once they became aware, they became frightened. They want to know, why would the sheriff's department have military equipment? People had visions of Ukraine and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, it's not that, but it is military grade equipment. And I mean, literally across the board, I've talked to people from Almaden to the east side, and people were disturbed about the fact that the sheriff's department has this sort of equipment and to use against American citizens. More importantly, this is what needs to be considered. So the thing about, the work that OCLEM is doing with the sheriff, that's great and wonderful. They've changed some policies, but at the end of the day, it's not about changing the policies, because I will tell you, when the sheriff or any law enforcement agency decides to use this equipment, they're going to use it. They're not going to come to you and ask you for your opinion, should they use it or not. This is the opportunity right here, right now, to determine how and when this happens. And I think that the idea that they made a few adjustments based on the recommendations from OCLEM is a better policy speaking wise, but at the end of the day, this is about real practice and what happens to human beings, and whether or not law enforcement needs military equipment to use on American citizens. That's really the bottom line. And if you go ahead and approve that, then you're approving that thing. And I suggest you also look back at the actual ordinance. The legislation gives you the authority. Your group gives you the authority to say what and when must be used. Now, I know that there are people in this community who don't want any of this military equipment, but listen, where we're coming from, the CCLEM, we want to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. Let's look at all 40 pieces of this equipment, Board of Supervisors, and say, does it make sense to use it in our community where our kids grow up and where we live? Each individual piece of equipment, before you go and vote on an ordinance that's going to have broad-reaching impacts on the lives of people, let's look at what we're really voting on, point by point. There's 41 pieces of equipment. There's going to be a community meeting next week, and we plan on monitoring it on the specific pieces of equipment done by community groups and organizations. We'll be there. It's not our meeting, but we're monitoring what people have to say about each piece of equipment. Hopefully you can find the time to do the same thing. We know that there's a final thing that's going to happen on August 30th. Between now and then, maybe you and your staff can get together and determine what's really going on here, because just to make some adjustments to some policies on how you use military equipment on American citizens, that's not far enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
If I could just, as a follow-up question, and I am going to talk about 38 because they're so connected. I guess what I'm not understanding, Walter, is the CCLEM went through this policy already, or no, you have not had a chance to go through the policy?
No, actually, we didn't go through point by point, piece by piece, but we did talk about it as a board. And we also talked to the community and gave them individuals, let them look at the list and see what they thought about it. Our thing is that we want to be able to come back to you before the 30th and tell you what our opinions are about each one of these items, because there's 42 items. I think there's 42 items. Now, but also to be fair, Mike Giannakou's group called me with his a consultant who's well-versed in this space, and we talked about it, because I believe some of this equipment needs to be used to protect the lives of people. I believe that some of the robots and some of the other things that they have on this list that they call it military style equipment can save lives. So I'm not one of those people that believe across the board, you shouldn't have anything, because some of this stuff just makes sense. Anything that will save lives, I'm all for. And I think I can speak on behalf of my CCLEM members that would say the same thing. However, offensive weaponry that, that's going to destroy, hundreds of people at a time, or, explosive devices and those sorts of things, there's no place for it in this community.
Supervisor Chavez.
So I guess just to be really crystal clear, and I'm gonna ask staff this question, that the adoption of the ordinance, when Walter's referring to the second reading of the ordinance, is that why, Walter, is that what you're saying?
That's the August 30th is the second reading.
So I see. And so just to make sure, colleagues, just to be clear about what I'm understanding is that by voting on the first, we'll have an opportunity to consider whether or not anything should be removed between now and then. And Walter, what you're saying is CCLEM is going to come back with concrete recommendations.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a deadline, really.
No, I know. That's why I'm asking, are you going to make the deadline?
Supervisor committee and said, he wants us to come back with something solid and something we kind of agree on. I think generally speaking, the work that's been done in terms of the policy improvements, that's all great. But at the end of the day,
Well, Walter, I'm just really wanting to understand the vote we have before us, because I hear what you're saying, but I just want to make sure I understand this. So by adopting the ordinance today, it keeps us moving. It gives CCLEM an opportunity to review it, and OCLEM as well, if there are any changes that need to be made before the final adoption. And I guess my question to council would be, does that mean that if the adoption of the ordinance happens today, if there are any specific pieces of equipment that need to be removed, they can be removed at the second meeting without any problems relative to the ordinance?
Thank you. So let's turn to James Williams. Let's ask James Williams your question.
Thank you.
First reading would be today. The second reading would be 2 weeks.
If there are substantive changes between now and the second reading will have to be converted to a first reading.
Yep.
And then the second reading would occur at the first meeting in September.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Chavez, any further?
No, I wanted to make sure I understand. I'm actually a little bit confused by this discussion, but thank you.
Sure. Whenever there is whenever there's an ordinance, there's 2 readings, the original, then 2 weeks later, the adoption. And as council said, if there's any substantive changes between, then you make those changes and you go back to that being a first reading. Vice President Ellenberg, I saw your hand up first, then Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you. I know that we've been approaching this policy as an en banc or one inseparable piece, but I would absolutely appreciate if there was an opportunity to go item by item, because again, even for myself, there are a few things that I think where I think the merit and the use for life-saving purposes would outweigh opposition to them. But as a bank like this, I again would not support.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for County Council, if I may, through the chair.
Yep.
Mr. Williams, my recollection is that it's a fairly common practice when ordinances come back on second reading that they are placed on the consent calendar if there's been unanimous support on a first reading. Am I remembering that correctly?
You are correct that second readings normally occur on the consent calendar.
In this instance, however, if we wanted to, when we take action on the ordinance, we could specifically provide that it not be placed on consent, that it be placed on the regular agenda for discussion as a second reading. Could we not?
Yes, the board can.
All right. Thank you for that. I think that a helpful path if we decide to go that route. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor, I believe it was by Supervisor Ellenberg, seconded by Lee, for this item.
To be clear, it's just for 37. My apologies.
Yes, everybody, we're on 37 right now. We're only voting on 37 right now. The motion that was before us was on 37. I see no other hands raised, so I will ask for a roll call vote by David.
Supervisor Lee? You're muted, sir.
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
And President Wasserman?
Yes, as well. Thank you very much. We now move on to 38, which we kind of nudged into previously. But we now move into 38, which is adoption of the ordinance number NS 300.955, an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara, adding sections A20-8, A20-9, and A20-10 of Chapter 1 of Division A20 of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code relating to the adoption of the Office of the Sheriff Military Equipment Use Policy. Michael, you are still there. So I have just introduced the ordinance. I can waive the reading, any further reading, unless there's any objection to that. And I would make a motion to preliminarily adopt this ordinance on today's date, August 16th, 2022. I would further stipulate that when this comes back in 2 weeks, it be on the regular agenda, not on the consent calendar. That would be my motion. And that motion's going to die for lack of a second. All right, let's have a different motion.
Supervisor Wasserman, I'll second the motion as you made it, and with a question for Mr. Giannakko.
Certainly, go ahead, Supervisor Simidian.
Mr. Giannakko, you can still hear us loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Understanding, of course, that the decision to adopt or decline to adopt an ordinance of this import is exclusively within the purview and the responsibility of the board. I have just 2 questions for you. The first is, in your professional judgment, do you recommend that we adopt the ordinance as before us today?
Fearful of stepping outside of my realm and jurisdiction and authority, but with your preview, your prefatory remarks, Supervisor Simidian, my professional opinion is that the ordinance as currently constituted is well better than any other ordinance I have seen before any elected body in California. I think.
Right. Thank you.
So the answer is yes.
The second question is really the same question, but flipped. Because if it seems like I'm trying to nail you down, it's because I am, Mr. Giannakko. So thank you for that. Is there anything about the ordinance that is before us that causes you concern and or that you would recommend we amend before final adoption?
I believe that the earlier motion that you all passed is a good idea, and the idea of checking in at least a 6-month period, I think, is excellent, because by that time we will have we'll have data on how this equipment is being used, and we shouldn't forget that it is being used as we speak today. So you know, this ordinance, if you do pass it, will then require the sheriff's office to start collecting data in a meaningful way, which then can be used by you all, by us, to review the efficacy of this equipment. Equipment can be used appropriately, but it can also be abused. And that's the thing that has been the paramount issue that we have been looking at, is to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Thank you. So Mr. Giannakko, not to put words in your mouth, but just to make sure I heard that right. I did not hear a specific concern or objection in connection with the ordinance. And I actually, but I did hear an acknowledgement that a sort of a 6-month later conversation would be well advised. Is that a fair summary of your comment?
Right on point, sir.
Thank you. And I will just say to that point, Mr. Chair and colleagues, that's why I had made the request previously for a 3-year sunset, because I didn't want this to just go on the shelf and then have people forget about it. I'm very pleased to see the sunset there because it's formal and it's embedded as a sunset provision in the ordinance. But I wonder, Mr. Wasserman, if you would agree, not as part of the ordinance, but as a part of the motion, to direct staff to return 6 months after the final adoption of this item for the kind of conversation that was just described. That would make me more comfortable.
Absolutely.
All right, and as the seconder, I will support that as well. Now, Mr. Giannakko, back to you again, if I may, through the chair. I want to revisit a question that I asked at a prior board meeting, and that question really goes to the long list of equipment that has been identified. Was there any specific equipment that you thought was cause for concern or inappropriate, ill-advised? I'll let it go at that and see what your response is today.
No, sir, but certainly open to hearing from your general public about any particular concerns. You know, one of the things the statute has is a provision where any member of your public can make a complaint about a particular use of equipment. So if there is more granular identification of any particular equipment, we are well interested in hearing from the public about that, and then perhaps revisiting it and reevaluating it.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go next to County Council, if I may, through the chair, after saying thanks again to Mr. Giannakko, and ask County Council just to confirm. I have lots of pieces of paper here, and I apologize, I just can't find the date. Even if this matter was delayed on a second reading into September, Mr. Williams, it's my recollection that we're still well within the time limit set forth by the state. Am I remembering that correctly? It's been a while since I looked at that date.
Yes, September would be okay.
Okay. Then I think that addresses all of the questions I had, and I'll say thank you to Mr. Williams, thank you to Mr. Giannakko, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm good to go.
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. And to hear, Michael, from you, best policy in California, and agreeing with Supervisor Simitian that we review this in 6 months, I don't think it could get any better than that. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. So I want to just make a couple of affirmations. One is that this will come back to the board in 2 weeks. It won't be on consent, so that it will be available for public discussion. So that's one. And two, I too would just like to reinforce then that for CCLEM, they have the opportunity through community outreach to come back and make any kinds of changes. And I heard what our county council said. I guess what I just want to affirm is that it may start the clock over, but that that it allows for specific pieces of equipment or specific policies to be addressed and reconsidered and struck based on the way the process is working today.
Mm-hmm.
That's accurate. Okay.
James, you want to confirm that? County Council.
Sorry, I missed that last piece.
Supervisor Chavez, would you please repeat your question?
What I was saying is that we have the 2 weeks, which also means, just to be specific about what that means, is that you said if there were significant changes, it would have to, the clock would start over, so period, I'm just acknowledging that. And what I'm saying is that both CCLEM and OCLEM have the opportunity determine whether or not there are any policy changes or any specific pieces of equipment they wish to recommend that the board withdraw.
Yes, so what could happen is if there's specific proposed changes, those could be done as modifications on the second reading, which would convert that to a first reading. And then second reading would then occur at the first meeting in September.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, I'm going to give you a few more minutes more, but otherwise this is a board discussion at this point. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, President Wasserman. I appreciate that. You know, this discussion is interesting to me because when somebody says you can complain about military use of force, you might not be around to complain about anything. First and foremost, I don't even understand what this conversation is about. If somebody used military equipment on me, I'm probably not going to be around to complain 6 months from now, 6 minutes from now. So that conversation, listen, what our committee is saying is that if the sheriff should use military equipment on people, we don't want to wait 6 months to have a conversation about it. We want the board to have a 30-day investigation about why this equipment was used on this group of people or this person, first and foremost. The idea of 6 months after you've been attacked by military equipment is unconscionable, quite frankly. It just blows my mind that this conversation is even happening about 6 months after you've been attacked by the sheriff or law enforcement with some military equipment. That's why we have CCLEM, to bring common sense to these discussions. People have all kinds of agendas. Our agenda, CCLEM, is to keep people safe, not just the public, but also the sheriffs, not just the inmates, but also the COs. Let's have a common sense approach to this whole thing, okay? Because as we said, some of this equipment needs to be in use to keep people's lives, to protect the public as well as law enforcement. But let's not forget that we're here to serve the public, not to serve political interests. And I'll leave it at that. We'll come back next week with our report after we talk to the community and have more solid evidence about the specific equipment that we think should be eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Wasserman. This came back to us due to a request I asked OCLEM and CCLEM to look at this ordinance. I just want to first of all thank both Mike Giannaco and also Walter Wilson and his CCLEM group taking the time to review this. This is clearly very important in order for us to make sure that we've got the oversights needed. California Law Assembly Bill 41 certainly helped clarify a lot of the roles, responsibility, and the oversight of military equipment by our Board of Supervisors, which is the type of transparency really needed. This ordinance has taken many, many months to develop, and intent is that we will be able to continue to clarify what type of civilian oversight we can have based on AB 481. So I certainly believe that we have certain, there's still room for improvement, but certainly I think as a ordinance as proposed currently, I think is great. And I look forward to hearing if there's any changes needed during the next meeting, so that at the end of the day, we were going to have an ordinance that we could all live with. So for those reasons, I urge my colleague to go ahead and move forward on this important process, because I'm certainly happy to hear from Mr. Giannaco, who has lots of experience in this area, that this ordinance has been developed as one of the best that he has seen. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to make clarification, Michael, this is a question to you or perhaps the sheriff. I have the motion, Supervisor Smitty added to the motion with the 6-month review where the Board of Supervisors reviews, Supervisor Lee, there you go, where the Board of Supervisors reviews what has taken place during those 6 months. As far as the Sheriff's Department itself, Michael, and your OCLEM, our OCLEM, okay, if use of military equipment occurred in some incident, I'll just say a riot, occurred in some incident, how soon after that incident and use of equipment would an incident review be conducted by your office and or the Sheriff's Department?
President Wasserman, I'm going to give you a lawyer answer, which would be it depends. But beyond that lawyer answer, I don't think it would require a need to wait for any 6-month period. That is a particular tangible incident that should be investigated immediately. And if there are concerns raised by the public about the use of that equipment, I would hope that it would get to my office. I would hope the sheriff's office would work with us to ensure that there is a thorough investigation behind that use, and then some transparency as well.
Good. I would assume too that if such an incident occurred on a large scale, military equipment, et cetera, that a person, and we've got a captain coming in right now, that we'll ask the sheriff's office, Captain, go right ahead. I can't see you, but I can probably, there you are. Sir, how long after an incident occurs is a review of that incident done by your office? And are you open to sharing that review with Oakland? Yes.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor. I just wanted to chime in on this important issue, as this policy is very important to the Sheriff's Office and continued operations as we know it. When it comes to reporting and reviewing incidents of the use of military equipment, and I just want to, on a quick side tangent, be clear that military equipment is defined by statute with all these 15 various categories. Most of the equipment that we have is not actually military grade equipment. It is commercially available equipment, some designed specifically for law enforcement purposes. However, it's not, none of it has been procured from the military. But back to the main point is every deputy that utilizes one of these pieces of equipment, whether it's a firearm, whether it's a less lethal launcher, whether it is one of the larger OC canisters used in custody, it immediately triggers a self-report from the deputy using the piece of equipment per all of our policies, whether it's use of force, custody, use of force, etc. That deputy would, if a crime is involved, would be required to write an incident report that is ultimately discovered to the district attorney, as well as an internal report, a blue team report that would ultimately be reviewed by a supervisor and forward to internal affairs. Additionally, per the new military equipment policy that we've established, there are other guidelines and means for the public to lodge complaints or concerns about this equipment, such as our new email inbox specifically for military equipment inquiries, whether it's online IA reporting by the public, and various other means. And this has been available since April, when we first posted the first draft of our policy. I personally manage that inbox, that mailbox, and I have not had one single request come in. I can report to the board on that, specifically about that.
Thank you, Captain Amore. I appreciate it. All right, before we take a vote, Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you. Just follow up on your great point, President Wasserman, regarding this 30-day type of report, and question to, I guess, is Captain Amore.
Yes.
How feasible is it for a reporting to some type of civilian oversight, whether it's OCLAM, whether it's CCLAM, or would it be possible for that 30-day period of some type of report being provided after the use of military equipment? Because obviously those incidents are very much few and far in between, right? Let's say the VTA shooting, for example, where our deputies will have to run in with the equipment in order to subdue the gunman, for example. Like that would be one of those type of incidents. Let's say, is it feasible for that to happen? Because 30 days seems reasonable to me, but I'm just going to check with you. This is something that's doable. I think it would be certainly a good policy of some sort to adopt.
Captain.
Sure, Supervisor. Not all investigations will be culminated in a 30-day period. However, my office is prepared to, in full transparency, share outcomes of investigations, especially when it pertains to military equipment.
Okay, so if this is something that's doable, I guess the question with the county council is this something that would be needed to be added to the current draft ordinance, or is this something that we could just move as a part of a motion?
I think it's something that could be incorporated in the motion in terms of, report back. There are some provisions, I can't recall the specific details, but there's some provisions regarding reporting. Then, of course, in the ordinance itself are and in the state law are the annual check-ins, in addition to all the additional pieces that the board is making by motion.
So this is separate from the 6 months, coming back to us. This is basically regarding every individual. So this is something I would like to make a formal motion then, along with, or is this something that's amenable to the maker of the motion?
Yes, Supervisor Lee, I'm happy to add that in. I thank you for that. I'll ask my seconder if he's okay with that, then I have a comment to make, and then I'll turn to Supervisor Chavez.
All good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. What I want to distinguish for everyone is the report coming back to the board 6 months later was a general review of what's taken place over the last 6 months. Has any equipment that was classified, as the captain said, as military grade been used? And if so, what were the outcomes? What were the reasons, et cetera, et cetera? What I was referring to is after incidents occur, be they fire or police, they have incident reviews. And that's when they look at what took place. And so Supervisor Lee, I appreciate your motion and the seconder seconding my approval of your amendment to the motion. Supervisor Lee, anything else to add?
That's all I have. I'll lower my hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I wanted to just ask Captain Amari a question that frankly I hadn't really thought of before until I heard you speaking earlier. You were saying that there's a distinction that you were drawing a distinction between military equipment and equipment that could be purchased in a non-military environment. I'm not sure I understand exactly what that means, but could you draw the distinction more clearly about the implications of that?
Captain.
Sure, Supervisor. I believe what I was trying to articulate is that there are ways that law enforcement can procure military equipment directly from the military, and the Sheriff's Office currently does not have any such items. All of the items that we have here are procured outside of the realm of the military or the U.S. government, Department of Defense, et cetera. Merely that this equipment is defined as military just based on the law.
So the definition of these equipment that we're discussing today as military could be because they are in fact military, or could be because state law characterizes them as such, and that's why they're part of this ordinance in the way that it's framed.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to revisit for a moment, since we're in this one so deep, the many conversations we've had over a very long time now about the importance of OCLEM having access to information from the Sheriff's Department. And colleagues will all recall the concern expressed and the lengthy back and forths about OCLEM having access to confidential information and the negotiations around that topic. That is important for many reasons, but one of the reasons is precisely so the potential misuse of resources can be promptly investigated and addressed. Those were not abstract conversations we had. The whole point was that OCLEM couldn't do its job if it didn't have access to the information. So I don't think any of us ever anticipated that the Board of Supervisors would become the investigatory body for use of force cases. That's why, as I say, we passed an oversight ordinance and retained capable professionals to do that work. But that work can only be done if the information is shared, and that's why the information sharing is so important. So I wouldn't want anyone in the public to think that we hadn't anticipated the need to monitor situations like this. Quite the contrary, we did anticipate the need to monitor situations like this and crafted an ordinance that was designed to permit that, indeed require it, and to use capable professionals retained by the county to do it. So all of that is part and parcel of the work that has already been done. If it helps to underscore that today, I think that can only be a good thing in terms of making sure that the public understands that that recourse is there. But I am, as I said earlier, prepared to vote aye today with the various amendments that have been either offered or agreed to.
Thank you. We took years to get here. We have capable professionals, policy. Michael, I want to thank you for your perseverance. And I want to thank both Michael and the Sheriff's Department for working together to get us to where we are here today. And seeing no other hands raised, I'm going to slip in there. David, call for a vote.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes,
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
I'm abstaining.
and President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. David, if you'll please agree, item 42, we did not have any items removed from the consent calendar.
That is correct.
Then we go to 43, which is adjournment, unless there's any objection to do so, and I don't see any hands. So I'm calling this meeting adjourned at 3:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Stay out of the sun.
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Chair.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
And with that, this meeting room will be closed. Thank you.